Good thing you didn't ask me.
What is the cost? That's the question. Yeah.
I don't know yet.
Your left eye.
When I figure it out, I'll let you know.
No. Unless it like regenerates, because I don't know how vampires entirely
No,
work.
if you want vicissitude, that's gonna be painful.
Which one's that?
Vicissitude.
Flesh crafting.
I basically get to change your body however you want to.
Ooh.
But that's painful.
Maybe later. Just because, medical stuff.
And before you ask, no, you can't get rid of your clan weakness with it.
I know that. I know that much.
It will continue to manifest regardless of how you're changed.
That's fine.
So you guys had arrived in Thorns months before the convention. Now is your last opportunity to do some things, if you want to do some things, before the convention begins.
I do indeed have some things I want to do.
What's that?
First off, well, I know we said we were going to talk, see what we can find out about the attendees, right? Sort of.
You did that.
We did that. Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing I'm going to do, I mentioned I was going back to Oxford for a month or two. I'm going to study up basically on the history of this area and that kind of thing. That's what I want to do. Once that happens, I'm going to come back here and I'm going to scout out the Abbey grounds. I assume this is where we're having the... Okay.
Yeah, Father Samuel, the Toreador prince of the area, is perfectly happy to show you everything. He shows you all the area. There's some, the Abbey has several dormitories where people are going to be allowed to stay and have rented rooms ahead of time. There's still some space left in them, actually. There's also a small tower that the chapel is held in. The main the main event is going to be set within the walls of the courtyard, which are pretty spacious, and they're setting up different little stages and tents for different areas for different groups of people to associate. One thing that's rather strange is they're digging a hole in the courtyard, and when asked about it, they say it's what the La Sombra contingent requested.
Okay. The other thing I'm doing, as we're walking around, I'm looking around in Shroudside as well to see if I can see any spirits walking around, any strange underworld structures, anything like that.
I think it's likely that you will not see anything, but I imagine you might go back there more than once, and I could imagine that one time you saw a spirit that came and prayed in the chapel, but that was pretty much it.
Is there a little cemetery?
There is.
I'm gonna check that out.
I'd like to head with them.
There's probably a few spirits that are wandering around there, but they're largely most likely to be thralls, that are just going about some very basic tasks. Some of them even kneeling at each other's graves, like they're visiting their own dead family.
All right. Nothing really stands out there.
No, you're not seeing any of the things that you've seen before, as far as like buildings that are only there on one side of the shroud, or buildings with pieces cobbled together of other buildings. Everything here is pretty much what was built here.
How long has this building been here?
The Abbey, I don't remember exactly, but it's not super new, but it's not like by any means like an ancient structure.
Okay.
This was built by British hands.
So within the last 400, 500 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe not even that long.
And
I'm thinking
suppose-
it's probably, I would wager maybe 200 years. You know, and for a while it was just this abbey, you know, and then the town is sort of sprung around it.
Okay. I assume talking to the spirits is pointless because they're probably going to ignore me. Correct?
Yeah, I imagine you try and they give you vague, you know, like, oh, have you, you know, like, to tell Father that I have to see him, or, you know, some nonsense that doesn't really matter or pertain to anything. They, none of them seem capable of any type of guile or craftiness.
Just dead peasants.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And, you know, and not too many of them, because most of these peasants, like, you're gathering and wagering that, like, this is a relatively new area, and it's a relatively peaceful area. There's not a lot of turmoil and that type of thing that really spawns ghosts.
So you said this is southeast of London?
Mm-hmm.
So like Sussex. Is what you're
Mm-hmm.
saying. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Ish. I'm not a super, you know, geography guy, but
Well,
I
pretty
haven't
much,
looked it up in a while.
pretty much the counties around London: Sussex, Wessex, Essex.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Between those two.
All right. And
Okay.
the last thing I'm going to do is scout around in Raven form and check out the local wildlife, see if there are any signs of other gangrel in this area.
There are not. And you do have some time to
Yeah.
to find that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's pretty much no other Canaanites besides the the priest and a couple of his servants, and that's it. That's it for miles and miles and miles. This place was deliberately picked to be in a neutral territory, away from other Canaanites, where there was no resources to be fought over or controlled.
Well, it's always good to know the terrain, and yeah. Good. Okay.
All right. Anybody else? What you got?
I want to go check out their medical stuff.
They
There's
have.
a hospital or a clinic or.
There's the Abbey.
That's it.
Unless you want to go to Oxford with us.
There's an herbalist.
Oh, who's going to Oxford?
He went. I want to go.
Oh, I'll go there.
Okay.
That'll
Have I
be
arrived
interesting.
to
I
where
can
they are
introduce you
at, or-
around.
Everybody came together.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I guess I look around and see what they could use. See if I can help them out.
They use leeches,
South Yorkshire. Yeah. Oh, so it's north.
and they
northeast
bleed
of
people,
They
and
need some assistance.
they have bandages.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's like
And
straight north of
The
London.
herbalist, like, is an old woman
Yeah.
who, like, she knows 3 herbs for headaches, and she knows 2 herbs for menstrual cramps,
Okay.
which are also one of which is the herbs for menopause
Yeah.
heat waves. And she also knows an herb that you can give to children when they're fussy.
Yeah. I'm sure.
The herb. I know that herb too. It's called
Fussy.
Yeah.
whiskey.
Yeah.
It's called.
Yeah.
It's the herb for that.
No, not that. That's a different thing.
Okay.
I wager there's probably nothing of that here.
Okay.
Yeah, they
So I look
have
and
they have
see-
beer and wine, and that is all.
Yeah. There's no distillery.
Okay. So I noticed that they're lacking, obviously.
This is the tiniest.
Little
I mean,
village.
it's not that tiny. I mean, it's actually pretty populous,
Yeah.
but dude, it's a nothing little.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, it's not much more advanced than some of the little Transylvanian towns that you're
Got
used to
it,
going
that we
through.
used to go through. Okay.
It's not quite
Yeah.
that bad because they're not in the Carpathian
Yeah.
Mountains,
Yeah.
but
Yeah. True.
you know,
Yeah.
it's still pretty like, huh? You know,
Yeah.
when people die, it's because God has decided it's time for them to die,
Yeah.
or they're sinners, or
Yeah.
they've offended
Yeah.
God, or
Got
you know,
it.
something like that.
Okay.
That's pretty
So,
much.
Is there somebody in the town that is interested in learning? Do I find anybody that might be interested besides this little old lady that's interested in doing anything?
They
They just don't care.
like. It's not that they don't care. It's more so that they're opposed to it because they kind of think it's meddling with God's plan.
Got it.
So what is currently St. Nicholas's Parish Church in the village of Thorn was kind of cobbled together with several different structures built between the 12th and 15th centuries.
So some of that is building that hasn't been built yet.
Yep.
Be aware. There's Thorn and there's Thorns. These are two different places.
Thorns.
Is it Thorns?
Yeah, not
Thorns.
E-S.
Just for a rules purpose, if I have 2 retainers, which I would have brought with me, I assume it's no problem for them to be ghouls.
Yeah, that's fine. I'd say that's up to you. My general rule is if you have ghouls that are with you that you're taking care of, you begin the game with 1 blood less for each ghoul.
Okay. I'll talk to you about the rules of it before I make the decision on both of them finally. I'll probably have 1 be a ghoul and 1 not be.
That's fine.
Um,
There's advantages to both.
Yeah. Because of my lack of ability to go out, I would ask if it would be okay for one of my retainers to go with you to Oxford just to observe for me
What is it you wish to learn?
I mean,
about the
talk
place.
about
like nothing
what I'm
special,
doing when we get around to that.
of course. And
But
then,
yeah,
I spent 5 years there. I can tell you all kinds of things about it.
are you going to be staying here? Or are you going to be traveling about?
No, I'm going back.
we're here for
Right. I kind of
5 months extra before anything happens. So we've got 5 months.
Yeah. So my retainer go with you and learn whatever joining you, and then I would set up shop as.
I get bored at Oxford very quickly,
That's fine. Take it just as long as they can.
and I keep going because I'm like I hear about this Stonehenge thing, and like I've got a black wooden case like yay long, just about that big. Yeah, I take a telescope out to Stonehenge and like study Stonehenge and study the stars there.
Oh.
I went to Oxford and was like, oh, they don't have an observatory. This place is backwards.
Yeah.
Because they didn't build their observatory until 1700s.
What is our current objective in this town? Perhaps I missed it.
We are waiting. Okay, so there's a convocation of people, and we showed up 5 months early to that.
Oh, so we literally just have time that we can
So
do.
we've got some time to like hang out in England and kind of see what there is to see. Almost we can.
Would Stonehenge be considered a place where the shroud is weak?
Oh, definitely.
You should go
Then-
check it out.
I'll check it out. And I'd like to perform the words of insight. Travel where the shroud is weak. Build a triangle out of objects from your past, present, and future. Light incense. You can ask about your fate, answered by wraiths.
Which do they like better?
Pretty much I'm going to ask about how the meeting is going to come along.
So, long story short, no ghosts come.
I'll have to make it one of these.
Something else comes instead. It does not give you exactly what you want. Make it up. It's
Oh.
whatever you say.
It-
It's just not what you want, and it's not ghosts.
Can't think of anything. It's incoherent to my character can't
No,
understand.
I'm just saying you could
The
think it
spirit
up.
of the land.
You could think it up later, is
Take
what
a
I'm
little
saying,
bit,
and you
yeah.
could comment.
Could
Okay.
be a spirit of the land.
It's fair.
You're in the
Okay.
wrong. You're in the wrong place to do that.
Yeah.
What do you? And you're trying to go to the Stonehenge?
Yeah, like I want to go to Stonehenge and study the stars there.
Okay. In my imagination, you run into an interesting character in that place who you can exchange some information about the stars with. He's interesting.
Is he? No, probably not. Probably a Toreador, I would think. He's interested in the beauty of the stars.
Okay.
Now I'm interested, of course, in what they are as they are, but
Okay.
But I think what he's most interested in is the way that the stars are, like where their, what's the word, symmetries with the way Stonehenge is designed line up. And so I get to learn a little bit about that. And like,
Yeah, he knows a little bit about it, but he says that he has another fellow that he knows that is not in the country right now that is a supreme expert about that thing. He refers to him as being a celestial master.
celestial.
Well, I got something to show you on the sly.
Okay. Oh, snap.
Anybody else?
Does he live in England?
Consider.
While my retainer is
He
going with
visits England, he says. I'm sorry, go ahead.
them, while my retainer is going with them, I'll be setting up as like a wandering medicine man, setting up shop in Thorns, and that's where I'll be using as cover. Using my other
What's your charisma rating?
3.
Roll charisma and subterfuge.
Cool. Two.
They think that you're a witch and they avoid you.
Okay.
The priest tells them that you are not a witch.
Thankfully.
They don't seem convinced.
Fair.
But they're not so convinced that they're going to defy Father Samuel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Devin decides that since he has no knowledge of any of these magics and stuff that everyone else is looking for, he's gonna go look at all the local shops, all the weapon shops, see what they have on
There's
there.
no weapon shop.
There are no weapon shops.
No.
It's a little village.
There is a blacksmith. He has no weapons.
What does he have?
He has several like an adze and a hoe, and he's fashioning a chain.
Devin's gonna go set up shop somewhere.
Axe heads.
If that's what the townsfolk need, that's what Devin's gonna make. To the highest quality.
Okay. Do you have resources?
Yes, I do. I have resources one.
Okay, so your resources are maintained while you're here, and you have an enemy
The blacksmith.
of the blacksmith. The blacksmith is your enemy. He hates you, and he has an ongoing low-grade harassment and smear campaign against you.
Devin takes it in stride because that is beneath him to go to that level.
The people are all like, "Well, what's all this nonsense?" The blacksmith, Mr. Black, the blacksmith.
Mr. Blacksmith.
Mr. Blacksmith says that you worship the devil because you're only out at night. Oh man, that's great. Wait, how much do you want for that right there? That's about how that goes.
So he tries to insult me. He's like, "Oh, wait, I like that."
No. Like some villager is like, why does the blacksmith say that you worship the devil because you're only out at night? Like, what's up with that?
I work during the day.
You can't work during the day, dude.
I can't be inside and work it during the day.
No,
No.
no.
I physically need to rest during that
Deep.
Like
Deep.
No,
you
the
will.
sun will
The
kill
sun
you.
kills you.
time? Even in like a darkened room?
If you are in a darkened room and the sun rises, you fall down dead until the sun goes down again, unless you
Spend.
really like spend all your fucking willpower to stay awake.
Wow, okay, that's a little bit different than I was expecting.
Yeah. You're not murdered dead. You are a dead person.
You are a dead person.
They grab your corpse and
And then when the sun
Yes.
goes down again, you're like,
You wake up.
oh, and then you come out of it, and then you
Yeah.
operate
It's
normal.
your body
During the
and
day,
you
I
wake
figured
up
I'd
where
take the
you
night
shouldn't
shift
be.
for him.
Yeah. Well, that one's real great.
This is why everyone.
How much do you want for that
Should
one?
learn
Oh,
coding.
will you trade 2 chickens? And, you know,
Yeah.
that's pretty much how it
That's
goes.
perfectly fine.
It's like
The shape
any
of discipline.
semi-reasonable and
Coding
passive
tree
excuse that you
is
give
the earth's
Is
embrace.
enough for
is
them.
accepted with the conjunction of a small deal on an
Instead of
item.
sleeping,
Fine.
Like,
you
because
literally
they're,
sink into
you
the
know,
earth.
you care, you know.
I like that.
That's fine.
It's also you
He's on.
find out
Yes.
that, and I imagine you share this, so I'm just going to tell everybody.
Yeah.
There are many people in the town who absolutely know about Canaanites,
Have they
and they know
us-
that Father Samuel is a Canaanite.
Have they made us as Canaanites and they're okay with us? Or do I need to make a roll of some sort?
Yeah, like they think you are.
Okay.
They're pretty sure he is. Her,
Wait.
her no.
Double checking.
These
They're
other people-
pretty sure the guy
left.
that looks like he's
Didn't come back.
bat-faced.
Well, they
might
just
be-
never seen a Canaanite that hideous before.
Okay.
So they're not sure if he's a Canaanite or something else.
Okay.
But then, yeah, oh, well, Father Samuel's, oh, yeah, he's a Canaanite. Oh, okay, yeah, but no, I don't know. He really looks like the devil. Is he the devil? You know, it's kind of like that.
Okay. So rumors and speculations, but they're on.
So yeah, they absolutely know that Canaanites exist, and they support Father Samuel.
Interesting.
When the wise woman does the bleedings, right? They take the blood and donate it to the church. There's other people who donate their blood to the church as well.
Folks, I think we might be in a very interesting town here. And I relay the majority of that as best I can. Apparently, someone in the church is getting free feedings.
This is a simple place. God is the only thing that is here. You realize that?
This is foreign to me.
This is. how
I'm
things are
used to the hustle and
sometimes.
bustle of the city. This is very foreign to me.
It's quite strange for one of your type to not have traveled and seen these kinds of things.
I've traveled
Perhaps I've
and
traveled
never
further.
stayed in those places.
It's different when you stay.
Yes.
Maybe you weren't welcome.
That's the polite way of looking at it.
Some people are simple. They listen to the Word of God. And they live by the Word of God. And if the Word of God is coming from someone that's a little strange, that person is still the Word of God.
Yeah, they're kind of onto the father being a Canaanite.
Nonetheless, the most godly man here,
Perhaps we should talk to him.
he certainly can. He is our host after all.
Yeah, you talk to him lots.
Oh, okay. I missed that.
Yeah, no, you can. You can talk to him lots. Nobody said we'd talk to him that much, but
Oh, yeah.
That is actually.
that's here we
Sorry,
go.
I wasn't clear. He's literally our host.
Yeah. Well,
Kind of.
yeah, in the land.
Yes.
You're not staying in his abbey, but
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
he is the prince here.
He's the prince.
Okay.
He's
This
the
is
prince
his
of him and 2 other dudes,
Not much.
but he's the prince.
And all and all the not Canaanites.
And all the people, yeah.
And all the
all the
people.
villagers, too.
He's got a nice herd.
How
Yeah.
big of a town is this again?
Oh, there's a few hundred.
Okay. So it's more than just like a couple of houses. It's
Oh,
It's a
okay.
village, but
It's 85 cents in a cab from one end of the town to the other. Rhode Island beat the crap out of it in a war. They recently had a whole town recopied.
Thanks, Arthur.
Yeah.
So what are you up to now?
I want to talk to Father Samuel.
What kinds of things would you like to talk to him about?
Honestly, I talked to him a lot about like his religion.
Oh, he follows the way of Christ.
Then-
Christ the Redeemer and Savior who died for everyone's sins.
And he seems like he's like a legit devout follower. He's not just paying lip service or anything.
Oh, you're hanging out with him. That dude's on the path of heaven all the way. He's a heaven dude.
Bardo?
Yeah, he's not even. He don't even hide it.
Yeah.
He's just like, no, I gave up the sinful ways of man and I follow the way of Christ. 100%.
I imagine he and I are.
Yeah, he's. You guys sit there and discuss theology and blah 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 blah. He's pretty interesting. He's like, he is technically a Catholic, but
Yeah.
he one of the things that he values and stresses that he thinks is rather strange is the fact that Christ died for everyone's sins, whether or not they are a Christian, and whether or not they actually, like, there's like all these people talk like you have to be a part of the church to be okay with Christ. No, like Christ loves you and cares about you.
And he never excluded Canaanites.
He never excluded Canaanites. He never excluded Muslims. He never excluded Africans. He never excluded strange Eastern people. Like he's just like, he doesn't know crap about that much about other types of people. But he's well read, and he like that's kind of his thing. He's all like, so in a way, it's like he kind of doesn't big time agree with some of the stuff the Catholic Church is doing.
He's the first non-denominational.
Kind of. He does mass and everything, though. He preaches about original sin and all that. So he's got their same kind of tenets, but he just doesn't have he's not into the whole the Catholic Church has to be like the ironclad ruler of religion everywhere it goes.
He just skipped Anglican and went straight Church of England.
Well, Church of England isn't a thing yet. So.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not yet.
Oh no,
But
the
ideologically,
But the seeds are there.
Church of England in 1990.
And I'll totally go into it and talk about the heavenly city and my view that vampires are like the guardian.
Dude,
the guardians of
you
humanity.
have not had a
Yeah.
better listener
Yeah. Oh, I'm all
since when?
in. Since ever. Everyone else kind of listens and is like, oh, that's interesting. But I've never had anyone pay this much attention to what I had to say on things of this nature since probably, now I can't remember his name, Patronus.
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 Yeah, this dude has listening down to an art form,
Yeah.
Would you be going back night after night, just going on? and
Probably.
on? Okay. Somewhere around between night 3 and 7, I'd start showing up just to listen to everything that you were saying for the purpose of learning. And no one's
Oh,
coming
yeah.
to visit me anyways.
And we talk about talk about specific, because most people this day and age, it's getting to the point where people are more learned about religion, about what's actually in the Bible. But this is the kind of stuff that we talk about. Yeah, we know it. I'll share with him the Erses fragments.
He thinks that's really weird.
Yeah. Talk about where it came from.
He's like, yeah, that's really. That's
Yeah.
really weird.
you ever considered where you came from?
It is really weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where do you think you came from? I know you're from Cain.
Huh?
The Ursi's friends.
That's a whole other thing.
That's an in-game thing.
Yeah.
One of the things I'm discussing with my
I hand
colleagues
you.
at
I
Oxford-
say I'll ask that you give this back and let you borrow the book.
there's a certain biblical scholar named John Collette, very famous, and I've had dealings with him in the past. I'm basically going to talk to him, find out. I'm trying to look for links between the Christian Bible and the Earthseas fragments, sort of surreptitiously, the Apocrypha, all that stuff. Things that mainstream Christianity doesn't really agree with. See if he knows anything.
He might be able to give you a couple links. Nothing that I have ready to spew out to you
Of
right
course.
now, but yeah, for long-term narrative purposes, yeah, he can give you a couple links. I'll read up on it, but of course, also if you want to if you already know what those connections are as a player, okay, your character knows some of those now.
Okay.
Sounds good. Because I don't know that scholar, so
Also, Canite Lord
Yeah.
is a thing you could put on your sheet.
Canite
I
Lord's
already
a
have
thing.
two nuts and
He's already
Then
got
you're-
Canite Lord twice.
And you have it better than I do.
Also, studying the book of Enoch. I assume I can find a copy of that here, where it talks about what not the Christians, because they disavow it, call it Apocrypha, but what the ancient Jews wrote about Enoch, who he was, and about his city, because I know that has a lot to do with the Talmud Ra. Because we have discussed Enoch.
It's true.
Oh
yeah,
yes,
we were
absolutely we have.
We were supposed
I'm
to
trying
go
to
there.
figure out connections there and that sort of thing.
Well, I can tell you straight up that from everything that you've been told in the game, in connection with what you would have read in there, it was absolutely a real place in Mesopotamia. I believe that's correct. It absolutely existed, and it absolutely does not exist now.
At least not on Earth.
That was going to be my next statement. Yeah. And anything like there's some stuff on the other side of the world, just because you've been to the Middle Kingdom and you know there's scholarly stuff, there's other stuff there. But as far as the Western world goes, there is no more well-recorded city that is as old as that city. So anything that still has stories told about it to this day is pretty impactful.
Especially that doesn't exist.
Okay.
General language, the fragments are.
What's that?
What language are fragments in?
My copy is written in Latin.
Thank you.
Oh yeah. It would be.
It would be, yes.
Yes.
Actually,
That's
it's
all.
written in Latin and Greek.
Latin and Greek.
right. We did translate.
We did, but yeah.
Well, the copy that he gave us is both.
Yeah, that's right. Because we're learning.
You were still learning Greek, and he wrote it in both so that you could to help you learn Greek.
Can I start to learn Greek from this then?
All right, so we straight.
I think we're good. Yeah.
So, I imagine us zeroing in on some actual, role play and stuff on October the 17th.
When is the convention supposed to start?
It is supposed to start tomorrow,
Okay.
and people are traveling here as we speak. Everybody's returned from whatever forays they've done, and everybody's just rising. And Emmy, this
Yes.
wonderful, beautiful building that the two of you have built, does it have a name?
Oh no.
Sounds like it doesn't.
Not at the moment.
Okay, fair enough.
We'll think of something.
The Lincolnshire
The
estate.
house.
The house. The maison. I'm learning French now.
La Maison.
Yeah, they're real happy you put that there.
I'm
Yeah.
sure they are.
The Crimson Estate.
That's what he wants to call
What?
it.
The Crimson Estate.
Sounds great.
What's red about it? Is it red?
Yeah, is it red or
Who built
what
it?
did we use?
Yeah, I know, but is it red? I'm asking
No.
if it's red.
No.
Okay.
Did it use brick?
Then people think it's haunted.
Give everyone with a retainer a red cloak.
People think it's haunted and they don't want to go there.
Cool.
Great.
We'll,
I don't want him to come there.
It's because he built it that way.
Good.
He's real good at that.
And I'm okay with it.
Mason.
I don't want to
Structure
have to.
imposing enough,
We
or
have
is it
random
just?
people showing up at it.
They didn't build it imposing.
No.
It's just the name.
The name of
Oh.
it. They're
They're like,
very
oh yeah, it's
superstitious about the
the
color
crimson
red
abode, and people were like-
yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Red means the devil. Crimson, anything like that is evil.
Now you got your ear to the ground pretty well with all these people.
Yeah,
and not
but-
all of them think it's haunted. The others think it's holy.
I
So it's a-
encourage that.
So it's a place they don't want to go
So
As it
aren't
because
says,
we
they're
on,
sinners
and they're not worthy to go
and they're not
there.
worthy to go there.
aren't we on the tail end of when people thought things that were red in color were poisonous? I think we are.
Yeah,
I think we are.
we're just coming out of that,
Yeah.
and these folks are probably on the less coming out of that end of things.
I believe that.
Kind of out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you name it the crimson, and they're like, what? Red? Okay, blood. Okay, it's haunted because people are dead there.
Out of
And then other people are like, oh no, it's blood, the blood of Christ. Oh, it's the blood of Christ.
So it depends
Oh.
on which way they view things.
Leading up to the house, there's the 12 stations of the cross. So.
Yeah, nobody goes up there.
And then people have fights over it. Because there's nothing.
I
better.
ask
What
Thomas
you're
to
done.
tone it down just a bit. Come on.
I'm an artist.
I'm also an artist.
Don't censor me.
And you can, guess what, Thomas? You can be my canvas if you don't knock it off. Tone it down a bit.
Okay,
Curiosity. How many chickens has Devin been given as payment for all this crap?
Well, I mean, there's, if you've got enough
That's
chickens, you
chickens.
stop accepting chickens, right?
Oh, I know.
Yeah, then you
just,
start
chickens are in
trading
the crimson
grain,
coop.
and then you start trading beer or wine, or,
okay.
people have coins too, and you trade in coins,
Okay.
you trade in,
Thomas
like
made you a courtesy.
potatoes,
I'm
and,
just imagining there's a giant chicken.
and then when the trade caravans come through town, you trade all your livestock and vegetables for steel,
Sure.
and
Cool.
This is a giant cross.
wood, and you go chop some wood. Some guy chops it for you in exchange for,
keep at least
making a
two-
belt buckle or
Keep
something.
at least 200 chickens to be my pets.
Yeah, okay, you can have some chickens, however many you want. You have livestock to your
Perfectly
preferences, yeah. But yeah, this place is small enough that there's literally not enough coin in this place to represent all of the goods that are here.
With the amount of people coming in for the convention, is that changing what people want to be trading?
What people want to be what?
Trading. Because there's an influx of people. And
Well, they're
I'm
not here
presuming-
yet.
Oh,
They're-
okay.
Everyone's like showing up for a meeting. It's not like we showed up early. And
We
like,
showed
set
up
shop.
really early.
You guys showed up stupid early.
Yeah. Everyone else is being like, oh,
Everybody else is like
am
getting
I
here
early or late?
and like have stayed in outlying areas for a period of time, and
So they completely avoided the town until it was time.
yeah,
Okay.
So it's
and each other.
And each other, yeah.
Okay.
But see, we like each other, so we don't mind going way early and setting up shop and figuring out stuff.
Yeah, plus, me and Father Samuel, we're tight now.
Yeah. Which will play to our advantage, hopefully.
Father Samuel probably doesn't give up too much more information about the groups that are coming, but he wagers that the next largest group of people who are all together is the Camarilla.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
Does he only do evening services then?
absolutely.
And the townsfolk clearly caught on to that a while back.
Well, he has another priest that does it.
Well, this time of year, evening services is like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So
It's pretty dark.
Evenings.
We are north in the winter.
Yeah,
oh, right, winter. Duh.
Well, October.
yeah, in the late
this is
autumn.
the time. This is the time of year when evening
Gets
gets
dark.
really early.
Yeah, I completely forgot about
Yeah,
that.
it was planned that way on purpose, so that your nights would be even longer because nobody can talk to each other during the day.
There. I see there's a certain logic to
We
it.
had this convocation on the night of the summer solstice.
What day is it? You said it was October what?
October the 17th.
Emma has a birthday coming up.
Booyah.
She's like 400 years old or something.
Old as crap.
I'm old as crap.
We're all old as crap. Except you guys.
You're officially, at that age, you're older than crap. Because at that point, crap has fertilized plants, which has been eaten by animals, which has been eaten by humans, which have then
I'm
crapped
sorry.
out the
Emmy
animals.
has already had a birthday.
Oh,
October 5th.
oh, okay.
Oops, and we all forgot.
Did you have a party?
I'm sure I did.
Okay.
I'm sure David did something.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's smart like that.
He's your NPC, so I'll let you to decide what it is that he actually did, if you care.
Oh, he totally bought me some nice stuff. He
left town to buy you something.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see how it is.
Cambridge.
I'm sure he did some trading and found some stuff that he knew I would like. Brought it back. Went to France. Oh, he probably went to where his secret little hand of people are or something and came back. He knows a lot more people than I do, so. And he's like 30 years older than I am, literally. I mean, like, if we were human, he's 30 years older than I am, so. He has a lot more experience.
But you've been a vampire for longer.
Sure.
So, the first guest, there's a couple of guests that pop by that you just don't even recognize. But then you can see two carriages with footmen and cavalry coming along, walking along with them. And the ever so distinct flags of Constantinople on both of the carriages.
Constantinople.
I think I know who that is.
I believe you spoke all highly of Constantinople in the past.
Yeah, not this dude.
Oh,
Not all
who's
people.
approaching?
My money's on
Bishop Alfonso.
Bishop Alphonse.
Friend or foe?
That jerk.
He was a foe.
Was?
It wouldn't be the first time a foe became a friend. We don't know.
The centuries can change us, much like stone worn away by the sea.
Fair enough.
Sometimes yesterday's enemy is today's ally.
No, not right now.
Well, and there's so much time between yesterday and today.
We'll find out soon enough.
Those who are consumed by past grievances tend to have such things bite them in the throat.
Devin just kind of nods at that one, amused by the joke.
Oh, it's no joke.
So one of the footmen comes up to the back carriage and opens it up, and you hear these very distinct names. You hear the names Bea and Neshne. And first there's some kind of like frog, tumor-like dog with no eyes that you can see that comes like bulldog like stumbling out of the carriage onto the ground and then starts like digging with ape-like arms at the ground and like rolling in the dirt.
Is that common?
Behind him, a much larger, like probably 7 times larger thing comes out, and it has 4 human heads arranged like this, with a neck, owl-like neck that spins from side to side, and the different mouths, so like the mouths are pointed down, so that there's always one at the bottom, and it's opening up its fanged mouth and snapping at the air.
This would be possibly our
Oh, I know.
most interesting ally here, actually.
Yes. Especially if I recognize niche.
We'll find out when we talk.
Oh boy!
How
I
are the
love this
townsfolk
guy.
there?
You're up at the Abbey, not down in the town.
Okay, so literally they're not seeing any.
They're not seeing any of it.
Okay, cool. 'Cause
These two-
I'm freaked out.
These two things are escorted by 4 of the footmen people into the woods for some reason.
Do I sense it would be a bad idea to follow to see how far into the woods they place these
Yes.
things?
I've described to you the scene, and you can do with it whatever you would like. I can say that you have never, like, those are monsters. And you have never
No,
seen anything
no.
like that.
I am morbidly curious.
You can be as morbidly curious as you would like.
Exactly who they in niche
Keyword
You can be as curious as you would like.
We fought alongside them.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they are monsters.
Go
They're
immerse
our
yourself.
allies.
It'll be
Or you
fine.
can do whatever you want,
No,
or you can attempt whatever you want,
Right.
Devin-
as long as you're willing to accept the consequences, whatever they may be.
Carriage, yeah.
Devin is going to curiously cock his head and follow them to see what they do. If they try to make a motion to stop him, he's not going to.
So I will just say, out of curiosity, are we all kind of standing
Why
where
not?
everybody's
You built
coming in?
you built the Crimson Abode not too far away from where the Abbey is, so yeah, you could easily see.
But this
whatever's
isn't like
going
a
on.
specific. They're being heralded as arriving.
No, they're not being. The name's not being called. All that happens tomorrow.
Okay.
That's all tomorrow.
Okay.
There's nothing formal happening right now. This is like the convention is not opened. People are just arriving at their hotels.
Right.
It's just that the hotel is the Abbey.
Devin is not making himself concealed. He's making him very obvious. So if someone wants to say no from that escort, they could.
I will assume that you just didn't hear our conversation.
Yeah.
She has expressed that they're allies.
I'm curious what they are.
Okay.
You should, as you're walking into the woods, you are startled by Lifer's voice coming from a raven sitting on the branch of a tree you walk past. I'd leave them alone if I were you.
I have no intention of bothering them. I'm just curious what they are. Do you happen to know?
Samitsu creations, no doubt.
Oh, they are created.
Of course.
He's trying to show you.
Oh no, I did see that. I'm still fucking terrified. I'm fucking terrified
Sure, you don't
as
want to
shit.
mess with that.
I'm not messing with it. I'm just like curious.
These are by far nowhere near the most bizarre things
You want both
I've
bear?
ever seen.
You want both bear?
I want to
Go
fuck the
bear.
bear. I just want to watch the bear.
Go both the bear.
I don't want to fuck the bear. This is like a
Will you
horrible
let
idea.
the conversation
Come on,
happen,
dude.
please? Jesus.
Be glad you did not witness the Cathedral of Flesh.
Were there more of those creatures in there?
Far, far worse.
I will take your word for it. Would you like to ride on my shoulder back?
That is unnecessary. I'm not actually a bird, you know.
Oh. Oh, are you just talking through a bird?
I hop to the ground and turn into Lifear. No.
I'm still wrapping my head around the whole transformation thing.
Those of my clan transform our own bodies. Those of the Samitsu do it to others. But in
So were
far
those
more
singular people to begin with, or
unlikely.
okay, those were
No
multiple
doubt,
people.
no doubt an amalgamation of many people, at least in the case of the big one.
Fair enough. I will leave them be.
Yes, I would not wish to raise their ire in battle, but as far as we're concerned, if this is who I think it is,
It's not necessary.
we should be safe.
Fair. That's good enough
You
for
haven't
me.
seen mine.
I'll read up on them next time we're in the castle.
Just ask him ask him your Thomas.
Fair enough.
You got your heightened senses, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're taking him to the bathroom.
Yeah.
I would have not known what to do with that information. I just like, what is this?
They're taking him to the bathroom. Yeah.
Yeah.
You do, of course, realize that even flesh-crafted creatures need to perform the necessary.
What? Oh.
Nature's
Okay. It's a good thing I didn't go over there then. That might have scarred me for life. Thank you.
You're
already dead.
To the carriage.
Scarred me for
Yeah, no,
life.
now that I'm
As
back
you're
in my
stepping
human
over there,
form,
you
I'm
can,
walking back over
like
to-
Father Samuel's walking up, to greet the guest. And Micah Vikos comes out. He's changed.
Of course. He's more surprised to be out.
Why would he?
He still looks like himself, but as you can see, he's just a little bit different.
Yeah.
His nose is a little bit different. His
Does he have the
build
nipple
is a little bit
exposed?
different. Yeah.
Let's exit the carriage.
No, he's got real loose robes on.
That's really loose.
Yeah, he's dressed like he's been lounging around.
Okay.
You guys notice some features that you've seen before. Features similar to his disguise that he used in
Yeah.
Constantinople.
I immediately thought so.
Yeah, it looks just like it, doesn't it?
Nice. Emmy runs up to him. Micah! How are you? It's been some years.
I, on the other hand, give him a respectful bow. The Lord Vikos. A pleasure to see you again.
I just nod. Not quite this way.
Do speak quickly. And tell me where you stand.
That remains to be seen, but I can assure you, at least on my part, probably not with the cavalry. From what I've heard.
I stand on the side that will see the least blood of both canine and mortal spilled.
And you, dear sister,
I'm with Pax. Sorry if this disheartens you.
We've heard
perhaps
many-
it will be that you'll see some wisdom as these proceedings commence.
I can only hope so.
A man who shuns wisdom, of course, is a fool. I've heard many and varied opinions on the matters we're to discuss. I look forward to hearing yours.
Oftentimes your opinion of wisdom is soft. Just know this. If you do not support the anarchs by the time this convention is over, we will be enemies.
So be it.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Yes, I heartedly agree. Father Samuel, do you have our quarters prepared? Yes, yes, Master Mikos. Very honored and glad to have you. Let me welcome you into the abode and allow you to see the places and inspect the quarters that you are to have to see that you are to their liking. You will take my servant, they will do as you command. He stops and assures him that there's going to be no violence here, that there's going to be no aggression, implores him to, swear and promise that he will not bring any aggression towards anyone who is at the convocation, to which he grudgingly tells Father Samuel that he will hang him from the abbey by his entrails for the day to bake him in the sun if anyone else is heard to not make that same oath who comes here. And demands to hear if you've made the oaths. Father Samuel says that you have, because you did months ago.
Yeah.
Father Samuel seems pretty neutral on this. He's kind of expected this kind of thing to happen. He's all like, of course, I would not, and backs it up with, that he wouldn't have hosted this convocation if everybody wasn't willing to make that oath. And everybody has been told that oath was required of them, and he's prepared to turn them away if they don't make that oath. And Micah seems satisfied by that and doesn't threaten the man any further. And he takes him off and shows him his place.
You guys have very interesting people from your past, apparently.
First of many, I'm quite certain.
Something is different about him.
Seems far more angry than the last time we met.
Absolutely.
See one of the letters of the Anarchs.
Yes.
What would you guys like to do?
I'm just waiting around to see if anyone else shows up.
Yeah, people watching.
I'm gonna actually ask you guys a little bit more about that guy, because as far as I know, he was not as angry. That's all I've got so far.
Lord Vikos was a great ally of ours. Beginning of our clearly he has changed, and I don't know that we'll agree with his stance at this point. Some of us may more than others, but he's obviously, as I mentioned about our concerned enemy, many of us change over time. But at the time,
It could be that he plays a game.
certainly.
Would not be unlike him.
Micah is always
Certainly.
playing the game.
But do you think his lot with the Anarchs is to be a ruse?
I don't know if it's a ruse, but
It's to his advantage, whatever he's doing.
yes.
I can certainly see reasons for him to cast his lot with them.
Not only that, but I think it would be a mistake to consider the Anarchs as one huge amalgamation, a sole faction, as it were.
You think there's factions within the faction?
Not so much factions.
I think
We
the Anarchs
encountered-
represent a group of people, of Canaanites, that value individuality over a collective will as the Camarilla.
Which is laudable. However, many of the Anarchs that we have encountered have been nothing but mindless cannon fodder.
Let's just say individuality is all well and good, but individuals can be stupid.
Very true.
We have yet to encounter anyone in the Anarch movement who has been able to clearly articulate what exactly their purpose is.
How many times have you encountered them?
Many times.
Okay.
And every time it has been crushed, kill the elders, burn the lag, blah, blah, blah. Preceded by violence and blood.
Yes.
And in situations where the elders weren't physically there, were they still as hostile?
Yes.
Of course, yes.
They're always hostile.
One does not treat with a rabid dog.
To be fair, your first encounter with the Camarilla was likewise.
This is true.
That's true.
As I said, individuals can be stupid.
Very true.
From your relationship with him, how long ago would you say was the last significant interaction?
It's been quite some years.
300? No,
No.
200 years.
No.
200.
It would have been before we left for the Middle Kingdom.
Then it's in
Not so
the
long.
past when the Mongols invaded was the last I recall speaking to him.
When he lost his sister.
Yes.
Yeah.
Could that have influence on his attitude? Soured his grapes?
Huh?
Yeah. He's grieving
Ah.
and he's pissed. and he changed his looks to look like her.
Oh.
And perhaps
How long has she been dead for?
For 70 years now?
That's a long time to grieve.
You have to understand, Micah is very emotionally attached to people. And so,
and especially his sister.
especially his sister.
And I
so-
suspect that he blames.
Yes, he blames himself, I think.
No.
Well, he blames the
Can I?
no.
What's the name of the group that we've been under?
Voivode.
The voivode.
Voivode, thank you. I was like, what's that big word?
The voivodes.
Yeah.
It's a plural. Voivode means warlord.
Yes. So that is probably why he has aligned himself with.
No doubt he feels they made insufficient effort to protect the forces of Tehuta Pass, which resulted in her death.
That's my thought process as well.
See, there were Canaanites among the Mongols as well.
Yes.
This would explain his sour attitude then. And
That position did stand as the lone bulwark against the Mongols.
Yes.
As well as the Russian venturer, I recall.
Yes.
We built it ourselves.
But Micah can hold grudges for centuries. So 75 years is nothing.
Oh,
I've seen it firsthand.
We've been around for a little while, but we are still young by many standards.
Yes, Micah
is much older.
Much older than we are.
do you call him Lord for vampiric status or personal status?
He is Lord Vigos.
He is. I just call him Micah because he's Micah.
Does he?
I understand.
Is he still over Belgrade?
Yes.
Technically,
He
his
was.
family. His family.
His
is.
family is.
Technically, his
His
family,
family
he's
is.
put me in charge of it because he hasn't been there in quite some time.
Yeah.
But obviously,
He's allied with the Dragonaires.
Yeah, but obviously he's still so angry. I mean, normally he wouldn't talk to me like that, but he's still so in his head about his sister that he just doesn't care what other people have to do.
you mentioned that he's held grudges for centuries. Have you ever been able to turn one of those grudges off?
Oh no,
So he's very much
he's
in
in
his.
He's in it. He's committed. So
Damn.
it would be very. I've never seen somebody turn off a grudge in Micah. He's completed what he was set out to do every single time that we've worked with him. At this point, it's a little bit more scary because we're kind of on the other side now.
You have a long history with him?
We met in Constantinople.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that we are on the
He was
other
invaluable
side.
there.
I haven't
Well,
decided
to
which.
him right now, we're on the other side.
The three of us have known him longer than we have known Leifar or Thomas.
Yes.
Huh? He wasn't part of the brood that was the outcome of your turn.
Older.
No.
He's much older.
Much older. Ah. Well, that's context.
But we had common enemies in Constantinople, and we worked together to try to stamp them out on several occasions. We saw what those beasts can do firsthand.
The
Yes.
beast being the first two that were
His
introduced?
friends that went to the bathroom in the forest.
Oh,
His
they were
friends.
Yes, that's Bay and Niche Niche.
Oh. I would like to make them friends.
Well,
I don't know if you make them friends. You just stay out of their way, make sure you're on this side. with
That's
them.
good.
Yeah.
Unless you are the master of flesh crafting, in which case you just make your own friends.
Someday. Someday.
Why make friends and you
Oh,
can make your own?
Yeah.
The life of a Kenite is too long to make enemies.
I can understand the wisdom in that.
Unfortunately, sometimes it's unavoidable. Micah is not one I would have as an enemy.
No.
But having said that, if pledging allegiance to the Anarchs is not something that,
their ideals.
to their ideals, is not something that I can do in good conscience, then so be it.
It is unfortunate that he would have such an ultimatum at the end of his contract.
Yes.
It'd be much better to leave at least neutral parties. Since it seems that everyone here has their own opinions of it, but is generally on the negative side of both. Not interested in the Camarilla and not interested in the Annex.
Many of us just wish to be left alone.
And it's fair. Figure after a certain age you earn your freedom, as anyone would.
I have my freedom now. I don't intend to give it up.
Certainly.
Anyone attempts to buy it will do so at a very steep cost, I can assure you.
I don't have that kind of coin.
Well, the truth of the matter is, this convocation, which will take place tomorrow, it will begin tomorrow. Our purpose there, our role, I feel will likely be as little more than observers. None of us is particularly influential.
No.
Perhaps our words can influence someone who does have that kind of sway. It won't be us.
You spoke with the abbot about who was coming.
Yes.
Are you familiar with any of them enough, or do you have a relationship enough with any of them that you could sway them, assuming you were even at a tipping point on one side or the other?
There are a few who I would consider reasonable, but as to where their particular bents lie, who can say?
There are some that I certainly have a relationship with, but as far as influence, let's say it's not the best relationship.
Yeah.
Well, it will be fascinating to watch everyone talk anyways.
I almost envy your position.
What? For what reason?
Since you really don't have much context, much association with anyone at this thing, from your point of view, you really can take on the point of view of the observer, to merely see the proceedings, to have such a dispassionate position with no real investment in the outcome. I think through such things come wisdom sometimes.
I'd say it still affects us regardless.
I would certainly disagree on how you would perceive my perception of it, because I still view all of this as essentially affecting the future. If I am as an infant in the ways of vampire years go, this affects me more than almost anyone here if we go simply by age and likelihood of, I mean, sure, I'm more likely before you all, but that's all right there. Either way, my interest in where this goes is probably greater than you're thinking, although I am still undecided, mostly because I am unfamiliar with the puppeteers.
There is wisdom in your words. To make a decision ahead of time in a convocation such as this seems foolish to me. Unless you are a party to one particular camp or the other, it seems best to keep an open mind.
Consider too that there are those here who have been enjoying their immortality for many, many centuries, some perhaps more than a millennia. And the outcome of this may affect them, perhaps even greatly so. When you're used to having things your own way for more years than the average normal man can fathom, and then to have a decree that you must change, that's got to be bitter medicine to swallow indeed.
I have no desire to have some prince telling me when and where I can feed. If he is strong enough to prevent me from entering his territory and doing what I wish, so be it. I'm not going to listen to him simply because he's the prince.
You respect more power than just the title.
Yes.
Reasonable.
I think that's going to be a considerable cultural difference.
Titles mean nothing without something to back them up.
Certainly.
There are many kings among my people who were nothing but farmers and peasants, who rose through strength of arms and valor, and made themselves kings.
Aren't you saying that that's exactly the type of king you would respect?
Yes.
Oh, you're saying people from your place are the kings you would respect because they came to it from arms, as opposed to kings in other places where it's
You are a
more
king
wealth.
simply because your father was king.
Right.
This is stupid.
Understandable.
Or you're a king simply because somebody else declared that you were a king. No.
Perhaps that other person, though, is more powerful than you and would back them up. Would that concern you?
Perhaps. It depends on how powerful they are. But they would have to be pretty powerful to convince me.
My point is, power doesn't simply flow from the man who has the title. Sometimes it's given from others. And yes, that makes them a pawn. Doesn't mean it's any less dangerous.
True.
After all, you would not have been feared and respected as the devil of Klausenberg had not another bestowed upon you the title.
That is true. But I also kept the place safe by my own strength.
Quite certainly.
Would you have done so had not another given you that title?
So had I been so inclined. That was a different time, though. I saw things through different eyes then. Now, if I had been offered the same choice, I doubt that I would agree to such a thing. No, I can say unequivocally I would not agree to such a thing.
Did it really change you that negatively?
Negatively. I see it as a positive.
For taking the title, it was positive at the time. You were saying you wouldn't do it again?
Absolutely not. If somebody offered me a title today, I'd tell them to. I'd shove it in their face.
Is it because you have your title now and you do not need another title? Or because you find no value in the title?
It's because I find no value in the title. I have no desire to rule over others, nor have them rule over me.
Fair enough.
And yet you have called to remembrance in others how you were once known as the devil of Klausenberg.
I use the tools that I'm given, the tools that I have taken. And if I can use my reputation to influence people to my way of thinking, then I will do so.
Well, you speak as though you place no value on these things, yet clearly you do, even if it is just as a tool.
I said I once placed value on these things. I am no longer that person. But it is still helpful sometimes to let people think that I am.
So there is value.
I never said there wasn't. I simply said that given the opportunity again, I would not accept it.
Fair enough.
I have learned the value in those things. I have learned that lesson. I have put that to the test. I have passed that.
The lesson has no more experience for you.
Exactly.
That is understandable. After you've gone through it once, it's not really a experience, it's just a chore at that point.
Yes. I have no desire to be tied down to a princedom somewhere. Told that I must stay here and protect this. Let someone else do it. Let them learn that lesson. But if they have desire to impose their will on me, they better have a very strong will. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm merely questioning the wisdom in believing that you have learned all that you have to learn about a thing.
You have never learned all you can learn about a thing. But as I said, once again, I have no desire to repeat that lesson.
Who's to say you wouldn't learn a different one?
Possibly, I suppose.
A voice pops up and says, Perhaps it is that he values his freedom more than the lessons that he might learn from being a ruler.
Who's talking?
There's a man approaching who's just kind of quietly crept up to where you guys are hanging out. He's dressed in Italian finery, and he is the face of salvation. The first benevolent face that you ever saw, having become who you are. Daniel Coronado of Clan Toreador.
I don't know you, friend, but you speak wisdom.
My Lord,
Thank you. It was merely a supposition.
my Lord Coronado, and I give him a deep and respectful bow.
Ah,
Curse your bows! Embrace me, my brother! And he like comes and he puts this big old hug on you.
Yeah.
I take it you know each other.
Then he's like comes over to you and he puts this big old hug on you. Old man, how are these bones?
Oh, much less old than they were, aren't they?
I see you stand tall.
Oh, I've changed myself and I don't feel happy. I need more change. I don't know. Things have happened.
Yes, there have been many centuries since our last chance meeting.
Most certainly. This no chance though.
I had no... I couldn't fathom that you would be here.
God Almighty could not have put us in a more fortuitous place than within your domain, and I am thankful.
Oh, certainly
every
not my
time.
domain, but I'm glad to see you.
Yes. And likewise, it's been far too long.
Yes, I believe our last letter was 400 years ago?
Approaching it, at least. It would have been.
I believe I have forgotten several of my lovers since then.
It would have been sometime in 1196.
Ah, yes. No.
No.
1198. You sent me a letter as you were leaving Constantinople.
Oh, yes, that's true.
I honestly had believed you had perished.
Constantinople was an eye-opening experience.
as is Transylvania. Forgive me, Lord Coronado.
Yes.
Daniel, if you prefer.
I
I have
am
heard many stories. Forgive me. I am Leifar Gunnarsson.
Leifar Gunnarsson. It is nice to meet you, good sir.
Our companion of many years. He served as our guide when we left Constantinople.
He seems the philosophical type. He fits right in.
He was-
Hey! Daniel Coronado stands before you, looking as perfect as ever.
Always.
Yeah. He runs up and he hugs the living crap out of you, and he's all like kissing you on the cheeks and doing all this sort of stuff.
I kiss him back.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm super excited. I'm like a little girl seeing
Yeah.
like her dad for not seeing somebody for a long time. Yeah,
400 years.
that's awesome.
We're gonna have to go into
Yeah.
the story for this later.
This is probably the closest thing we had to a sire that actually taught
That
us
helped us
anything.
and taught us what
yeah.
how we were supposed to
These
be.
poor children were the victim of a whole. I don't want to get it is foul, and I do not want to get too far into it, but they were victims, and they had been cast out into the night by a conflagration of conflict and war, and they arrived upon my great several times over granddaughter's evening wedding celebration. Here we are, celebrating, drinking wine, dancing and enjoying ourselves, and these poor children come wandering, beaten and burned and bruised.
We looked pitiful.
Oh, the stories that I had to endure for years to come after that. Oh, the bragging. Oh, my family was just beside themselves with what a great deed that we had done. It was trifling annoying.
I'm curious.
You did.
Such grandstanding.
But you did help us, so I mean, we are very.
I am very glad that we have helped you. It's just that my family was, they were just a bit perturbing in the amount of credit that they would like to have taken for that.
I see. Yes.
They are long past, so it is no matter.
Got it.
I believe it was, I think, 3 generations before the story stopped being told. So they are told no longer. It is no longer told.
I'm sure you didn't have anything to do with that either.
I have told stories about you, my friends. That's what I want people to remember. I want people to remember these young people who had been cast aside and victimized that came into my home and spoke of philosophy, who spoke of beauty, who spoke of kindness. That's what I want people to remember.
I stare intently at you. Kindness.
Well, kindness
What happened to that?
comes in many ways. Is it kindness that I should teach you anything?
Jakub has taken great value in knowledge, even since that time.
I have noticed.
Put value
Perhaps
in
you
that.
would put some value in that yourself, young man.
I do take value in knowledge. The story you paint of how they were is quite different than the attitudes that I've encountered thus far. I'm intrigued by your past self.
Perhaps you'll meet the man who might have made me who I am these days.
Are you harsh in your tutelage in your old age?
Certainly, sometimes I am.
I fear Jakub is
Devin
changed.
does like one of these in the background to try and explain the tentacle thing because he doesn't quite know what it is. This happened. It was darkness, and it went like this.
You're about to go to bed.
I see where
Can you teach me this dance?
You should ask him about it.
No, I want to see your dance.
Mine is like this.
Like this.
Like this. It goes a little bit.
Is there
wavy
music?
back.
There should be music, should there not?
There totally should.
We require a musician.
We shall get a musician.
Very well.
Devin, by the way.
Lord Coronan. Danielle Coronan.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Entirely expected.
Yes, absolutely.
Emmy,
Yes.
tell me.
Yes.
Tell me that you still draw.
Oh, absolutely. And I
Tell me
Give him the pen
that the
name.
good Lord has blessed me that you have drawings with you.
oh yeah. Books.
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 A writer are you now?
Oh, I have written many books.
Fabulous, fabulous.
You should have seen. There was a great fire in the Latin Quarter in Constantinople.
Yes, I heard of this.
We were there. I tried to organize brigades.
Should
to
should
put the
should
fires
we
out.
should we retire to more comfortable environs?
Yep. This our temporary home right here. Please.
Please join
You're a
us.
guest.
Temporary.
Well, we built
We've
it.
been here for some months.
I do believe that that will last for several generations.
I'm sure it will.
I hope that it does.
As do I.
Yeah, you're committed to a long life then. Very well.
Yes. We usher him in.
Well, I mean, Rotchering in literally. This is the Mason himself.
Yes. This is the person who built
You are the man that spent this meager and temporary dwelling, as I am called. It is called to me.
Yes, I am the one who constructed this meager house.
Yes.
But a
Very
trifling
well,
thing.
good sir.
Thank you, my lord.
But if,
Thank you for inviting me into your home.
Yes.
Wow.
It is a mutual abode. We all live here.
We took as I said, after the fire, we took it upon ourselves to rebuild the Latin Quarter.
Oh.
We had a grand gala.
Oh, I have accidentally put the cart before the horse.
But
You didn't have an opportunity to tell me about your great building skills before I saw your amazing building skills.
Thomas is the stonemason, and Emmy, you should have seen the drawings that she made. There was one of the is it the Senate? Is that what they're called?
What?
In the Constantinople, was it the Senate? Patronus was one of the
Uh-huh,
Senate.
yeah.
One of your clan in the Senate, Patronus was his name. We became dear friends. He simply marveled for quite some time at these drawings. Do you still have those?
Yes, I do.
I don't imagine you brought them with though.
No, but I have a small version of them.
He told me. I did not know that that was you. He said that there was an architect who was rebuilding the Latin Quarter that he had seen the drawings of.
Yes. We spent much time together.
Patronus traveled far and about.
I was saddened to hear of his passing.
Yes, as was I.
We spent many days, many nights at the Forum, discussing everything under the sun. He was a good friend.
It sounds that you knew him even better than I did, but yes, I knew him to be a very good man.
But
Very
the drawings,
skilled.
And
Yes.
he comes in with all these books.
Your next series of questions falls on deaf ears.
He does the drawing.
He looks at these pictures and he does not stop for an hour. He looks at every single one of them, and then he sets some aside to look at again.
Out of curiosity, I know you've done medical drawings. What other drawings have you done?
Everything.
Oh, everything.
Anything and everything. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
Fair enough.
And you haven't had time to see it.
No, I really
Like you've
haven't.
been all talking to people and doing stuff. Like this is.
Yeah.
Yep.
I show him the medical books under my pen name. I'm like,
I carefully look away from those.
That adds a half an hour.
right.
yeah.
That adds a half an hour with him reading it.
I'm sure,
Right there.
Yeah.
So what do you guys do for an hour and a half? Nothing?
I just watch him.
Just chill out with him?
Oh, I absolutely watch him.
I imagine you have questions.
Yes, several. So while he's working through it, so he took you in during your time of need and cared for you and helped you get back to your
Yes.
position for how long? do you think?
It was several months.
Yeah, what for?
Was it 2 years?
No, it's more like one.
I was gonna say
Yeah, I was
one and a
thinking
half,
you-
maybe.
There's more talk.
One and a
past
half.
on the
It's more
phone.
like it, yeah.
Yes.
No.
He taught us the
He taught us the ways.
yes. I forget what it's called.
The six
The
traditions.
6
The
traditions.
traditions.
Yes, I wrote them down. I still have them.
I have it on an older version. of the book.
I have it right over here on my old page.
Would I know them?
You absolutely.
Like
Yeah, you
Vampire
know,
Ten
you know
Commandments.
them.
Our
Yeah, but name the 10 Commandments.
Yeah.
the experience that we had in being embraced was not standard. It was
Crude.
an abomination.
Yeah.
As you said, I'm glad you have come across him at that time that you did that.
We fled into the night. We did not know where to go, who to go to. We did not even weren't even cognizant of the fact that we had changed as we had. We
Just-
didn't know what we were.
Just the hunger.
Just the hunger. And Lord Coronado Danielle, he took us in and taught us what we needed to know to survive, to not run afoul.
You were lucky you got in before the sun broke.
Yes, he was a truly kind-hearted, generous man. Truly the first kindness we found among the cannons.
So, given the age, that would have been just over 400 years ago,
Thereabouts.
and talking about having some level of communication during the, or did you know him during the Battle of Constantinople?
Well, we were not there.
Mm.
We had left Constantinople before that took place.
Yeah, we were in Transylvania when that happened.
There was some inkling that there were things coming I tried to warn Michael about it, but it seems that he knew.
I didn't know, Michael.
Michael.
The archangel.
The Michael.
Oh, yes.
You know of Constantinople, you're part of Michael.
Okay. Figure I do. Was he living in Constantinople or Lord of the
Oh, no.
Italy?
No.
And they get away.
His princedom is in Italy. So some ways away. He sent us there on an errand to contact Bishop Gabriella.
Also late.
Late?
Oh, she did not survive
Ah.
Constantinople's fall, as I understand it,
No, she did not.
which is a great tragedy.
Let's see, I am sort of watching to see if any other people come.
Bunch.
Well, keep anyone of note that I might recognize.
I'm
Does he live in Maple
not
States?
sure who
In
you
there,
would
or
recognize,
Northern.
but I'll double check. Oh,
Oops, sorry.
Tibiru shows up.
Hmm?
Tibiru is the gangrel that Lord Radu had running the carriages for you all the time you were dealing with Dracula.
Ah, okay, I'll walk down.
The guy who took you down to there and whatnot. We can get to that. Let them. We'll get to that.
Interviews were more than 2 interviews before that. Okay. I see the wisdom in leaving threats as opposed to things.
Yes. You never know when you're going to run into them again. A great deal can change in the centuries.
Seems like his disposition has either gotten more pleasant or has it gotten more pleasant or less pleasant?
Who?
Daniel.
Oh, he's
That-
exactly the same as when we met him the first time.
He has always been a
He's
most
always been cordial and nice and
Huh?
affable.
affable.
Oh.
That's a very good word.
Yes. Don't mind us, we're just singing your praises, my friend.
Does Coronado know the previous man that you guys ran into?
Micah?
Mike and Bikos?
I'm pretty sure he does.
We'll have to ask him when he's not busy. I imagine he does.
I imagine he does.
He has a position.
He's reading.
Oh yeah, no, I was curious if
They're
you
not
perked,
the
you
same
perked
level.
up, but you didn't.
Oh, I mean,
No,
in-
that's
in
not
the
a thing.
purposes of this meeting.
Well, he perked up. He
would
perked up
he
when his
have
name
a
was said
level
3
of
times in a row.
Position of authority and any decision.
So much. For a
I
minute.
would imagine he has
Wait a
some
minute.
influence. He is a prince
I approve.
and has been for some time.
Super familiar with the infrastructure of vampire society, so I'm gonna go with
It's
the
because right now there ain't a lot.
Yeah, makes sense.
That's where we're
Yeah.
at right now.
That's what they want to change.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it sounds like you have someone you can at least possibly speak with about the decision. Since he's right here.
If anything, Danielle would be in a position to influence me.
I wouldn't be surprised given the relationship.
Yes.
I'm quite curious to hear his position as well.
I can guess.
Can you?
I could guess. It just wouldn't be very good.
Please do. They're fascinating. They're
Learn stuff.
wonderful. And the drawings are fantastic.
We'll have read all of it.
I read your books. I read all your books. My little view is fireproof.
So what's Tabiru have to say? I walk down to him.
He arrives with a couple of other gangrel, and they arrive via flight.
Of course.
Yeah. When he lands not far from the abbey and comes walking up, one of the servants is coming out to greet him. Do you want to approach him then, or?
Yeah. Ah, Tiberu, my friend. I see you are well.
Yes.
You managed to escape from the incident we found ourselves in, I see.
Yes.
You seem subdued. Something troubles you?
You'll forgive me, but it is quite difficult to see your face without recollecting.
I understand.
I'm glad that you are well.
As am I glad to see you. The cathedral was most unpleasant.
Are you still haunted?
Myself, I have put it behind me. My friends, there are flashes every now and then. It was a disturbing experience, of course. And what became of you? We did not see you after we left and went inside the cave.
I still reside within the service of Lord Radu.
He is here then.
I come as his representative.
I see. And I'm curious, what is his position on this entire situation here? If you are permitted to say. I understand. Confidences must be kept sometimes.
Perhaps we will have better opportunity to speak about the details of that during the convention.
Very well. If you wish to speak, we're staying at the... Well, my friends are staying at the estate. Not far from here. It's not far to find.
We had planned on staying on the far side of the glade.
It is a good place.
You have not claimed it.
I don't claim anything.
What do you know of any of the others?
We did encounter Micah Vikos.
Vikos.
Yes.
He has finally shown himself.
He seemed most adamant that we align ourselves with the Anarchs. Most adamant. He's far more angry and bitter than the last time we encountered him. I do not think he's taken his sister's death very well.
Perhaps he has light to shed on something, even if it's his own.
Perhaps so. Well, I'm sure it's been a long journey for you. I will leave you to repose.
Is Mitra to arrive?
I have not seen him as he expected.
I do not know, but I know the invitation was given to him.
Who can say with that one?
Yes, he truly is loyal only to himself. To his own detriment, even.
Yes, sometimes. I've only had 2 encounters with him over the last few centuries. One quite negative and one far more positive.
He's a interesting character.
To say the least.
I'll be most interested in these gangrel that are a part of this Camarilla society.
Yes, that is an excellent question. Given our clan's particular bent, I don't see how they can align themselves with it.
Yet they do.
Perhaps they have some sort of tortured logic that allows them to bend their minds to that way. I myself cannot see it. But I am willing to keep an open mind and hear other points of view before drawing my own conclusion.
As am I. I must balance my feelings of this as an individual with the desires of Lord Radu, but Rarely do I find anything but the most minor in my differences in opinion.
Forgive me for saying so, but it seems odd to me that Lord Radu would send a gangrel in his place. Would he not send one of his own clan?
Radu and I have worked together for many generations now.
That I understand.
He is a friend, a supporter, a benefactor, and I temper him.
Yes, my friends and I have had reason to call him an ally also.
He sometimes loses himself in his schemes and his politics. And while I will not, with you a brother, hide that I do gain power from my alliance with him, he is still a friend, and he gains from me grounding. I remind him who he is.
All should be so lucky as to have one such. If you would allow a brief change of subject, have you or Lord Radu heard anything of the Son of the Dragon since our last encounter at the cathedral?
I do not know his whereabouts, but I have heard that he lives.
This I know. But beyond that, I can't say any more. Given that one, though, I'm sure we'll hear from him soon enough.
He cannot be read or summoned.
No. The entire incident at the cathedral was because of that very fact. I'm not sure how much you've been told about what went on inside.
I have been told nothing.
You see, what was the elder's name?
Yorak.
When Yorak attempted to embrace, or perhaps devour Dracula, his blood fell upon the ground. And when it touched the flesh of the cathedral, something changed and the cathedral went wild. And immediately diablerized Yorak.
This is what Lord Radu refuses to speak of.
Yes, well, perhaps if he wishes not to speak of it. we should-
No, I don't think that he fears me knowing. I think he merely fears speaking it.
He is disturbed by it. As well he should be. Well, as I said, I'm sure we'll hear from the Son of the Dragon again before long.
I do not expect to see him here,
No, I doubt it.
but one day.
I suspect he has even less patience for these types. than I
Yes,
do.
his patience was selective.
My friends and I made a good impression on him, though.
I suppose that's advantageous.
Yes.
A little bit playing with fire with that one, don't you think?
Probably. Nonetheless, I think there is good sense in not drawing his future out. I have no doubt that he will find some way to become one of us. And when he does, his mortal self will be but a shadow. And I can only imagine the havoc that he will wreak among the Canaanites when he does.
He will have to eclipse Rustikovich first.
Yes, that one is quite the presence, isn't he?
He is indeed. I've been given ample briefings on many of the voivodes in this matter. But I will listen with wisdom before I cast my vote.
This is all that can be asked.
Well, perhaps we will talk more. I have to make my introductions.
Don't allow me to keep you. It was good to see you again, brother. Sorry, unless I see anybody else. Nah.
People?
Not to see, not to notice.
Is there some other people?
Yeah, I looked through my list and I can't see anybody who's there that I can think you would have recognized. So we'll say if there is, you just didn't happen to see him for whatever reason. Because I didn't see him on the list. They're also coming in. They're kind of coming in from all directions too, so it's kind of hard to like continually circle the fucking place to fucking find all these people.
He can turn into a bird. I said he can turn into a bird.
Yeah, but then he has to get down.
Yeah.
Anyways, I don't
I'm
have.
teasing. I'm teasing.
I'm at 29 right now. Okay, I'm at 29. 29 NPCs. I'm trying to keep track.
You were
of.
like, we did one convocation.
Some of them are going to slip through the cracks from time to time until it's their time to shine.
Just for this encounter? 29?
For the convocation.
Jesus.
You're like, first convocation.
Congrats to you for keeping all that crap straight.
We'll do 14. Let's just double that this time.
Yeah, no, I never run that many.
Just wait till we break out the wigs.
All these guys.
This is why I'm always like, what's the guy that looks like this? Blah blah blah. Yeah. I was like, let me look.
dude pretending to be the dude disguised as another dude.
Tropic Thunder.
Well, I head back up
That's my
to the manor house then.
So you guys gonna an hour and a half passes and Danielle Coronado has sufficiently looked
I
at your
quickly
book.
take the books and I was like, you and
And
later
he looks at you and he says, "Marvelous,
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
marvelous." We must discuss a commission.
Sounds good.
I have a question for you.
Yes, my friend.
Do you happen to know Micah? The one that they were talking to earlier. I didn't quite catch his full name.
Lord Vikos.
Lord Vikos.
Oh, I have heard that name.
Are you friends with him? Foes with him? Talking terms with him?
I can't imagine you'd have had much reason to encounter him.
I certainly have not encountered the man, but I have heard through my compatriots that he is one of the anarchs that concerns us.
About that time, I do the same thing he did to me. Walking right up behind him and start talking. Yes, he seemed most vociferous in his desire for us to throw our lot in with the anarchs.
He does one of these and turns around you and then he sees you and he puts his arm around you like, "Hey, man."
I fear he holds a great deal of bitterness in his heart. And it saddens me. He was,
You have dealings with him.
Many
yes,
times.
in Constantinople and in Transylvania.
Very many years.
Are the tales true?
Which ones?
Once.
Is he a monster?
Well, he has monsters.
He has monsters. He can become a monster, but to say he is a monster?
To a degree, I suppose that moniker could be thrown on all the Samitsi, no offense. Present company
Oh,
somewhat
absolutely.
excluded.
I could turn into a monster. I mean, it's
What meaning do you particularly mean?
yes.
I am not one to believe in rumors.
So you asked to clarify them.
Yes.
And so what is the particular rumor?
The rumor is that he is a beast. that he kills for pleasure, that he has no compassion, no love.
Micah is one that is driven by his passions and pursues them with single-mindedness. To someone who does not know him or what motivates him, I imagine that what he does could seem that way. Not that I know what he's been up to. We haven't had contact with him in some years, many years,
It's been a while.
until this very day.
He has asked me to keep watch over his keep, the keep at Belgrade.
He's taken the death of his sister a few years ago very hard, and it's possible that is what has put the recent
Rumors or
edge to his personality.
In that context, I fear what his grief may have driven him to do.
yes.
Well, perhaps there's some amount of civility that this convocation could bring to the discussion, that could bring the man that you describe as your friend out and bring some kind of resolution out of all of this.
I hope so.
Lord Coronado, if you'll permit an indulgence on a recent acquaintance,
Of
I must
course.
ask you,
Pat you on the back. He's still got his arm around you.
Yeah.
what side do
He's
you fall
like a
on?
noble dude, bro.
Yeah. What side do you fall on in this debate? Camarilla, Anarch, or somewhere in the middle, like the rest of us?
I think that the Camarilla is the most likely source to find a solution to this problem. But I must share my sympathies with some of these individuals who call themselves anarchs. I know that there are some of them that are quite foul, and I have heard rumors and stories that are even worse. But when I have had the misfortune to encounter the types of individuals that some of them, not all of them, but some of them have been forced to deal with, I shudder to think what any sane man would do when faced with the amount of persecution and thoughtlessness and carelessness and
Callousness?
callousness. Yes, exactly the word I was searching for. Callousness in regard to the lives of those who serve underneath them or those who are childer of them.
See,
I have disavowed myself of several acquaintances only, but even still disavowed myself of socially and of business with individuals who have bragged about leading the Inquisition to the havens of their child. And I think, if at all possible, they should be excluded from the Camarilla. I don't know if we will be able to achieve that. Maybe we will be fortunate enough to put them into a place of servitude that they can learn to serve before they could ever get an attempt again to lead anything, because they are not leaders. Now, most of the elders that I entreat with are not so pig-headed, are not so strange, but some of them perhaps could be educated and brought forward a few centuries in how they do things. And that difficulty with the difficulty of those who are truly being victimized creates a wildfire, even among those who are not persecuted.
For they fear that they may become persecuted.
Yes. Or they simply just haven't lived long enough to gain the prosperity that somebody like myself and perhaps even yourselves already have. And given enough time, they would have that opportunity, but they do not, as of yet.
Yes, many of the anarchs we have encountered, unfortunately, have been little more than rabid dogs.
Oh.
And unfortunately, we were required to put them down.
I am afraid that it is driving the humanity from their hearts.
It is indeed. They were mindless beasts who attacked us with wild abandon.
Yes.
While I can understand such a thing, nonetheless, I cannot let it stand.
And that is why I can sympathize with many in the Anarch cause, but something needs to be done. And the Camarilla is trying to create solutions. And I support them in trying to do that. Now, if by chance all of you do not have the opportunity to vote the way that I will vote in this convocation, I will of course always hear your tales. And regardless of whether you have a place within the Camarilla to come, you are my friends. Even you, good sir. Then he lets you go, at last.
Out of character. Are they roughly the same age, Micah and him?
I have no idea.
It's not a easy. You can look at a vampire and
No,
roughly gauge.
no, because they never change unless they want to.
Okay, cool.
I mean, yeah, she still looks like she's in her 20s. I look like I'm in my 40s.
Oh, right.
These two look like they're in their 60s.
I look like a freaking nature
Yeah, Danielle's probably in his mid-30s, the way he looks.
I died at 23. I'm still 23.
Okay.
And he refers to these 60-year-old dudes as
So it's
children.
only by talking with and inferring
And asking them.
from conversation.
Yeah.
Cool.
Unless you were, there's ways, but yeah.
No,
Some
I
ways.
wasn't looking for
But,
any supernaturally type ways. It was just one of those, like, if they were like roughly turned within the same-ish century, like would they have more better knowledge of each other, and it just they never cross paths, sort of thing.
Well, it's
world,
not like
man.
there's the internet.
Fair enough.
It's not like there's the internet.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Well, Danielle, I have great hope that this convocation can bring some peace and civility among the disparate factions we seem to have gathered and fragmented into. I've heard things from both the Anarchs and the Camarilla that seem wise and sensible.
No doubt that there is something wise and sensible among both groups.
I hope that there are those who are wise enough to hear and give more loyalty to wisdom than they do to whatever faction they've chosen.
We shall see.
The only thing that myself, I can agree on completely is the need for this masquerade the Camarilla have proposed. It is a direct result of our fellow Cainites' carelessness among humanity that was the cause of the Inquisition in the first place.
Yes.
While I cannot speak directly to the specific incident, I can only assume.
Yes.
Because otherwise, the humans would know nothing about us.
Yes.
In that I can see great wisdom.
I have run my household in the same way for many, many generations.
Yes, I understand. The problem that I personally run into with Camarilla is that I have no desire to have a group of bureaucrats and counselors and petty tyrants dictating my behavior. I am responsible for myself, and if I get out of line, I expect someone stronger to come along and force me back into line.
Do you have a behavior that's particularly heinous that you wish to defend against the Camarilla stopping you from?
Not at all.
Well then, it seems to me that you have merely the decision to make as to which prince it is that is most to your liking, to which you will live with, if you had chosen to live in a Camarilla city. And I would invite you, should you wish, to come to the north of Italy, where I will leave you be to your heart's content. There are others like me who will be prince, who want nothing more than to create a place where people can come
I have missed my homeland greatly.
I would certainly love to visit there. I wasn't able to during my travels in the last couple of decades. However, as I said, I have no desire to have someone else ruling over me. I do not need that.
I don't think they would ask you to swear fealty to the Camarilla or anything like that.
Wouldn't they?
One would hope not.
Perhaps I am wrong in my assumptions, but that was the intent, that was the impression that I got.
If the Camarilla would serve as, I would not even say enforcers, perhaps watchmen, to see that our
The
kind are
Camarilla
not put in
espouses the very traditions that I impressed upon you as you were young.
danger. And there is wisdom in those traditions.
The very traditions that you had mentioned. The Masquerade. Though it is a new name, it has been a part of our traditions, if it is to be believed, to be handed down from the son of Adam. Now, you are correct. Some of the individuals involved in the Camarilla are bureaucrats. Some of them are bureaucrats by necessity, and some are bureaucrats by choice. But there are also artists, and warriors, and philosophers, and men of God, and laborers. Men and women, both, who want to enforce our ancient traditions in order to keep us all safe. Now, I cannot tell you what one prince will do over another, and I have spoken with many individuals who will be prince, but I am one of them. And I have no other desire than to create a place where Canaanites can come and live, where some amount of beauty can be enjoyed, not to the detriment of anyone, but to the glorification of any who would lay their eyes upon it. And not unto those only who are blessed with beauty in face and being, that Childer will not be fed to the Inquisition, that the Inquisition will not be inflamed by the selfish madness of vampires.
I think you gotta admire
There are truly those who led the Inquisition to their trial there.
Yes.
What abomination is this? I have not heard of this.
You have not?
No,
I had. I thought I'd mentioned that to you.
I don't recall that.
Well, yes, it was a story that was told to me by many among the Anarchs, rather. It seems that there are even rumors that the Inquisition may have been started by someone, a Canaanite high up in the church, seeking to rid himself of enemies using mortals as his own pawns. I don't know how much truth there is to that.
Isn't that what we postulated when we first started it?
Yes,
And it should not surprise you.
I've heard more rumors to that regard, but I don't know if it's true. I have been unable to confirm such things.
Even since Constantinople, we've seen that happen. We've fought them. The Calamenites were the same. Pawns to other vampires.
Well, that much is true.
To their own childhood, though.
Alfonso merely lost control of his pawns.
Oh, so that's why you hate him so much. I've never been privy to the specifics of that.
No, there's more than that.
I wouldn't say I hate Alfonso. I do resent his not so subtle attempts to manipulate us at every turn.
Maybe now you see.
You must understand, we were once the butt of this sort of manipulation among the voivode. We're sent as pawns and were put directly in the path of the Inquisition ourselves. We fought our way out and obviously survived. However, the result changed many of us forever. I was once a prince myself, as was Pax. No longer.
It's true. Fell afoul of petty schemes.
I will not allow myself to be subjected to such again.
Is that why you won't claim the title of prince again?
Precisely.
To my thinking, that's exactly the reason you should claim the title of prince.
I agree.
Expound upon that. What do you mean?
Those who lust for power the most are always the ones who abuse it. Those who do not wish to have power are wise in their execution of it because they know what it can do to them.
Look to Bishop Alfonso as an example of that. You've heard the many stories of the experiences we had under his tender administrations. There was one who truly lusted after power.
That in this much care and thought being put into a situation that you have no involvement in formally, if you are not a prince, you have thought deeply and long about this. These are the kinds of men and women that I want to be princes alongside me. These are the kinds of men and women who became princes in the olden days.
I understand. Myself, I swore I would not allow myself to be put into that position again.
Do not misunderstand me. I am not trying to influence you to do such a thing. I merely wish
He's
to
certainly not
extend.
making you an offer.
I just merely wish to extend to you that these are the kinds of people, the kind of person you people are the kinds of people that I want to be princes and archons and justicars in this society.
Archons, justicars, these are terms I have not heard. These are Camarilla terms.
Yes.
If one is in a position of authority, one is in a position to do good with that. And that is the responsibility, not to abuse it, to satisfy their own lusts and desires.
Of course.
We, especially, we are protectors. We are shepherds to the mortals.
Yes.
Yes, to clarify, I speak only for myself. I don't claim to speak for Pax or any of the rest of my friends.
He's referring to they're all referring to the fact that you have had these machinations against you. You know what power can do, and you know how to resist that temptation. That makes you worthy to be a prince.
And there are others like you.
Truly, who would you rather have in power? Someone like yourself who is aware of the machinations and will build defenses against them? Or someone who lusts after power and will use that power to force others to do their bidding, to do as they wish?
The Justicars are 7 in number, one for each of the great clans that has committed themselves to the Camarilla cause. The Justicar of my clan, of Clan Toreador, Rafael de Corazon, is he is a born prince. He is a born noble. His mind is the mind of the shepherding of the human race and the Canaanite race together. He sees a beauty in people that shames me, that I am not so keen in seeing. He is the champion of this endeavor, the Convention of Thorns. He wants to bring peace. So it is not so much everyone in the Camarilla that I support, but it is a structure that has allowed somebody like him to have the highest rank. And there is no chief among them. 7 in total, working together, checking and balancing one another to ensure that our ancient traditions are maintained. There are archons chosen by them to enforce the traditions amongst the princely domains, gathering the assistance of various princes against another should he run afoul. I say he because I cannot imagine a woman running quite that far afoul.
You would be correct.
You never met Nova Arcon.
Oh, she's.
It is my hope that any such fellows never find themselves in our society, but we have already prepared for their coming.
For if there is a structure of power, you can be sure that there will be those who lust after power that will
Yes,
seek to
and
subvert it.
they can play whatever machinations they want without sacrificing men, women, and Canaanites around them to do it.
You said,
Let them form their councils. Let them argue with one another about their dictates, their domains.
My friend, I hope, no, I pray that you're right.
you said 7. What are the other clans?
Given time, if any of the clans will commit themselves to the Camarilla cause, they have been promised a seat on the Justicarial Council.
I cannot imagine my clan ever agreeing to such a thing.
Not
Then
with the
again-
attitude he has now, you're definitely correct.
But then again, I've been told before that I should have been embraced into your clan more than once.
Many are the lineages of kings that have come from adoption.
Which clans have sworn to this?
There it is.
The Ventru, the Toreador, the Tremere, the Nosferatu, the Malkavian, the Gangrel, and the Bruja.
Are those the ones that are in or out?
They have committed themselves to the Camarilla.
The Bruja, truly. I don't know what
Yes.
surprises me more, the Bruja or the Gangrel.
You do not think either of their kind could want to live in peace?
It's not so much that. The Brujas seem to be, at least the ones that we've encountered, seem to be mostly bent on personal freedom. And there are many there are many anarchs among the Bruja,
Yes, there are.
and it seems like the majority of those we've encountered have been of that bent. In fact, I think all of them have, except for Stanislaw. Not you.
It is my dear hope that those Bruja who count themselves among the anarchs will be forgiven any offense and be freed any oppression that they feel is upon them and embraced back into the society of peaceful kindred.
And then most of the gangrel that I've encountered, much like myself, have no desire to be tied down to such things. Perhaps I'm wrong.
I have not had too many interactions with the gangrel, but those that I have value their territories, their places to hunt.
I think that I think that this discussion requires a little bit of clarity. It seems to me that when you speak of freedom, you seem to be referring to freedom from structure, from bureaucracy, if you will. But consider this too, that this structure, this bureaucracy that is proposed, will offer freedom in and of itself. It will offer freedom from oppression, from being hunted by the likes of the Inquisition. It will offer freedom from having to worry about who you're running afoul of currently, because their rules are different. It would seem to me ensure an entirely different sort of freedom. And if you wish to live out your life in the wilds, doing as you will, I don't think anyone would stop you.
You certainly would not be stopped in my lands.
Seems to me, Pax, that you have made up your mind already.
I'm merely seeking to examine all options from all angles.
I support that, and as I said before, regardless of your conclusion, the virtues of your hearts are those of my friends. And even if you do not agree with the Camarilla and its rulings this day, or tomorrow, or this convocation, or in generations to come, as long as those values that you hold now are held in your hearts, and my friendship is held with it.
Truly, from what you've said, it doesn't sound like you'd be doing anything to run afoul of the Camarilla's judgments or rules to begin with, so...
Who can say we haven't heard all of their rules yet?
True.
Not only that, but who can say when some of these people are put in a position of being a prince that their whims won't rule all. Such things will happen.
Of course they will, just as they happen now.
You can either be the man you were, a prince, and try to keep that order, or let someone else take that order from you and do it as they will.
You know, it will be just as going from the lands that we've spent our time in to the lands of Europe as you have already, travel and seeing what different places have to offer to you, different rulers have to offer.
As I said, I have made no decision yet. I wish to hear all sides also. This is simply fodder for discussion.
Yes, I mean to
Exactly.
draw a parallel to your experience currently.
Well, I had no aim to cause the discussion to become this serious so quickly.
Oh no, it was quite insightful. I've learned a lot about my companions.
No, it's simply that this convention has been looming on the horizon for many months now, and I am interested to hear an outside opinion.
I think we're all excited. Hopefully, many others will be excited as we are to listen.
All I can say for certain that I have made up my mind about is we've watched for decades now, 9 to a century, that the Inquisition has been running rampant, inflicting injustice upon mortal and canine alike, that the Anarchs continue to add fuel to the fire. Something has to change.
Something must change.
We all lead exceedingly long lives, barring misfortune, immortal.
If even some kind of an accord can be struck between Anarch and Camarilla.
Yes.
Allowing both groups to exist with some level of treaties between them.
Some kind of an accord that stops all of this senseless killing.
That would be
balance.
That would be agreeable, to my mind. Because we know there are those who will not be swayed from their stance on both sides.
Yes.
And who is served by senseless slaughter?
I don't see how it can be done though.
There's only one who is served by senseless slaughter, and he was cast from heaven long ago.
Just so. But this is far too serious. We've not seen each other in many centuries. Turn our talk to more pleasant things. Tell me of my home city. What of Milan? We've been there recently.
Milan is beautiful. Beautiful. It is our thumb across the nose to Paris.
As it should be.
He goes on and tells you with, great, dramatic and savory details, all the stuff about your home city that Alan doesn't know shit about. Amazing stuff, he tells you all about it and goes on and on and on.
Come up to me, I'm gonna smack you.
Transition to talking about other lighter matters.
Mm-hmm.
I remember saying something about Magda and Antonius coming with us.
I didn't understand that, but okay. You guys can bring whatever retainers and servants that you want. So
yeah, I'm totally and segue to his comment earlier about the Nosferatu, and I'm like, let me introduce you to my friend Antonius. He has the most magnificent singing voice. And then we go on about that.
Yeah. Well, no, he cries, dude.
Yeah.
Coronado weeps at this shit. He's all, oh man, he's all about it.
Toreador.
Mm-hmm.
They're all about that.
Well, and there's another layer to it also, because Antonius by this time has really, really mastered obfuscation. And it allows him to change his appearance and to alter his voice. And he uses his obfuscation in his singing to change his voice to be able to go across this huge range of octaves and to switch voices really quickly and to harmonize with himself to a minor degree. Yeah, Toreador weeps.
Yeah.
He weeps at this shit. Yeah.
I imagine having Toreador playing Claw.
Mm-hmm.
I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's lots of lamer crying. It's awesome.
We're all emo now.
Yeah.
I start handing out the tissues. The handkerchiefs.
They've all got their own.
Oh, I'm sure I give
They're
them
ready
one.
for this.
Sufficient hair flips for this to be emailed.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not really sitting sideways in the backseat of my parents' Prius with my hair on my face, complaining about
No electric car, no emos.
Yeah, complaining about how corporate and bullshit everything is.
While wearing all Hot Topic clothing.
Conformist.
I mean, you're both crying. You
Totally.
can't possibly be like, Dad, you don't understand me.
It's not quite long enough.
The words are dying. So you guys want to chill?
Oh, while they're doing that, I'm out on a hunt.
You're like, fuck this. I'm out of here.
After the discussion's done, I head out. Find a nice deer to chase down.
I set up my nightly shot. See if anyone actually comes in. Interesting.
Boom.
Boom goes the
Well-
dynamite.
Accented Scottish.
Hmm?
Heavily accented Scottish. Shows up. He shows he can make this better than he's just also very short.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not Scottish, it's
A guy shows up. See if I can find him in here. I don't know if I can.
Don't move him. He's a dog. Watch.
Do I recognize him as a revenant? No. Okay.
No, he's a turban dude.
Okay.
No, the way he looked.
I didn't know if that was a common thing for
Revenants
Revenos or not.
No, that's an Arab thing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a.
Okay.
Dare himself.
Over my shop. What can I do you for?
So, yes, you have make weapon.
I can make all sorts of weapons.
What do you have?
Well, I do have some swords and axes in stock. The swords don't really sell that well in town, but I like to practice my craft.
Do you make shamshir?
That is an exotic sword that I have not heard in a long time.
You make?
I can. Any particular style you like?
You repair?
I can definitely repair.
He reaches over and he has like a large sack next to him.
Yep.
And he pulls out this shamshir.
How many pieces was it broken into?
It's not broken into pieces. It just has like several like really serious nicks and notches in the blade.
Do you happen to know what metal it was originally made with, just to make sure I'm using the same grade? If you don't, I can easily figure that out.
This is not what I know.
Fair enough.
It's work.
Yes.
It's worked very well, but could be better.
Oh, you want improvements?
With this cut in blade does not cut smooth.
I can fix that. Definitely can fix that.
Well, what will you have for this?
What metals would I have had access to in this time period? I personally don't know.
I don't know. I know about modern steel, not old school
that's
steel.
pretty much what I got.
Yeah. So it's probably. I imagine at that time it's probably more based on region.
Okay.
Like steel from here, steel from there, steel from this place.
I mean, enough places have come through here at this point, so I should have at least some stock of stuff.
You got steel.
Given
Yeah.
that it's a Samshire, it's probably Damascus steel.
Yeah.
It's what?
It's probably Damascus steel, which is
Oh, okay.
It's
still
folded
like
steel.
super strong.
All right. Yeah, no, I should be able to do that with. Where was it? 4 and blacksmith.
Yeah. Technically, you don't need any metal to do what he's wanting to do.
Right.
But to do what you're wanting to do, I know you will.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But he, kind of presses. What should pay?
Oh. We'll pause it for a second. What you got to trade?
I have pearl. Also spice
Okay.
and incense.
What's that pearl looking like?
He pulls out like a little pouch and he's got pearls.
Oh, multiple pearls.
Like a bag of pearls. And he sets out several of this one is very good. This one as well. It's like
Okay.
puts them, shows you a couple of them.
Is it larceny? No, there was something like a praise type thing. Like, do I sense that he's being honest with what he's doing?
So if you want to assess his honesty, you're looking at
Honesty or the value of it.
the value of the things. You could use larceny for that because that involves finding out what's worth what and what you can get for what.
Yep.
It's not going to be quite the same as trying to use something like finance.
Oh, cool. I have more points in that. I have significantly more points in that.
Yeah, finance will give you much more precise numbers.
Is that D10s?
Everything's D10 all the time.
Okay.
And you're going to add your intelligence rating to the roll.
Oh, that is awesome.
Just that many dice.
It's a lot of dice.
Many tens.
Many 10s. I found them. No, that's a 12.
You're grabbing so many 12s, dude.
I am?
Oh, I thought I saw you. Never mind.
No, I was going to say.
Oh, all right. I'm the one who's wrong. Oh,
I'm doing it by tactic.
Oh, embarrassment time.
Dude, that's your favorite die.
I know.
How did you misidentify your favorite die?
He picked up one that was right next to it that was the exact same color. Marbled color, I might add.
That was my fault.
Harburger.
Get this way.
Coming across.
Just tell me how many are above 6.
Oh, okay. That's a 9. That's an 8. That's a 9.
Ones cancel also.
There are no ones.
Then you're good.
So I got 3.
Okay. So by themselves,
Yeah.
those pearls, like the amount of work you're doing is like if you're not ripping the guy off, worth about 2, maybe 3 of these pearls, depending on how much work you do.
Yeah.
However, it wouldn't exactly necessarily be a completely fair trade because if you, you're a blacksmith, not a jeweler,
Right.
right? But if you knew a jeweler or if you knew how to jewel, right, you could take one of those and put like a silver coin's worth of metal into it
It's sell for
and,
significant.
and sell for like 5 or 6 of the jobs you're about to do.
Okay, cool.
So,
I do 4 pearls just to keep it even.
okay.
Because I'm going to put some work into it. I want to craft this guy a really good shamshir.
He says that he'll give you 2, and when he sees the work,
He'll
he'll give you the other 2 if they're worth it.
reasonable.
And he says if he thinks they're not worth it, then he'll take his 2 pearls back and you can keep the sword.
I can agree to that.
He's like, I have other swords.
Yeah. I'm presuming this one is sentimental. Can I get a name for the order, sir?
Hussein al-Fahim.
Hussein Al-Fahim? Totally don't know what that's.
We haven't been long while with the audience, do we?
Why have you done this? Came to a roll.
Cool, thank you.
He's a man. Oh, thank you. I like that.
Completely for the convention itself.
Fair enough.
Black, 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 no more war.
I'm totally spelling that wrong, but doing it phonetically.
Nope.
Yeah, that's Tasha's
Sorry,
color.
red is my color.
Oddly, that's actually what you do because Arabic doesn't translate
If
directly.
you
to
really
English.
want red.
So it's better to just do completely.
Phonetically.
Yeah, Hussein al-Fahim. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why, like, take.
There's different spellings of Quran.
Yeah, there's different spellings of Quran. Like you see
Oh,
Quran
really?
spelled Q-U-R-A-N or K-O-R-A-N. It's phonetic.
Oh,
But they're both.
I never
They do
actually
that with
picked up on
Hebrew
that.
too.
It doesn't translate directly
Learn something new every day.
because their alphabet is different enough that it doesn't work.
All right.
It's because there's several
Oh, that's right.
formulations.
Where did I
on
get
how to do
bright
it.
green
Same
dice?
as
No,
the
my
Chinese
Chinese
is spelled differently.
That was
every
for the
time
other
you do
Yeah.
it, regardless of which Chinese you're looking
So what are we writing here?
at. Whatever you need to.
Whatever you want.
The only
There's enough shit going on that it pays to have a memo book exclusively for this event.
Okay.
If you want it, I don't
You
care.
can- I'll let you keep yours. I have enough.
have one.
I have enough paper.
Looking to help that not complicate. It's all good. Okay. Where are we at?
We're hanging out.
You guys are hanging out.
I'm hunting.
You're hunting.
I'd be hanging out too. I like him.
Ask if he has any interesting stories. If no one else has anything.
No. I like him.
As I'm reforging the sword for
He
him.
tells you some like weird fables.
Okay. Any that I've ever come across in my travels?
They're fables about. He says they're not real stories. They're stories that they tell around the campfire, and he tells you these stories about like people going into the wilderness and the desert and like finding these, spirits that grant them wishes. And he tells you a story about somebody who grants wishes.
He's
and,
telling me the story of Aladdin.
Yeah,
isn't he?
basically.
Okay.
No,
Well,
but
it's
yes, yeah. Yeah,
The
Gin,
stories that
the
which
gin,
that comes from.
yeah, the kind of stories that story comes from.
With gin,
He doesn't
exists
start
in this
singing,
world?
I can show you the world.
Of course not.
Well, I in the grand context of all of this, like I don't know what is considered canonical.
He tells you these are stories that they tell each other around the fire.
Fair enough. Thank you for your stories.
Stories worth one pearl.
We still have our agreement, sir. I was just
Very
trying to
well,
make
very well.
a nice
Agreement is an agreement. I'm glad you understand my joke.
Yes.
I will leave you to your work. It seems you work at night.
Yeah.
You attend
the-
the convocation.
I will be attending after I finish your Shamshir, of course. Your Shamshir.
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 Ah,
Sorry,
yes.
I have trouble with some accents sometimes.
That's no problem. Very well. There's not to weapon at the
Oh, of course.
church place.
Right.
I will meet you here.
I would assume so. Yeah.
He takes off.
Yeah. No.
Quiet.
Quiet.
Yeah, he's quiet.
Like I don't even hear the door close. Quiet.
Quiet.
That's impressive.
Quiet.
Just quiet. The chicken squawks in the background.
That's fine. Sleepy chickens can have nightmares too.
That's true.
Okay. Well, if you guys don't have anything, the rest of the evening will end, and we'll go on tomorrow. So it's about midnight right now, and people do typically have to rest, so we won't go too much longer. Let me take a little quickie break. I'm gonna go to the restroom since John's at the restroom, and then we'll do a little ditty on the morrow there.
I think I may have a pet chicken now, but I'm just gonna keep.
You're not gonna keep it in the
Got
prison keep?
several to.
I'm gonna keep it in the coop, but you know it's gonna follow me around. It's more disarming that way. Who would suspect the blacksmith with the chicken? No one. Exactly.
I keep fucking up your
Yeah.
character's
I think
name.
both works.
Jakub. Jakuub. Q. Jakuub. Oh no!
I mean,
How dare
I'm
you.
not opposed to doing that.
Nobody wanted the best pizza, so it's okay. You can have it.
Is it the?
Is it the one with the vegetables on it?
It's the one with the vegetables on it. Yeah. Eat your vegetables.
What is
The
this?
good,
I
the
have
good
to say,
vegetables.
I have an upset stomach.
Not,
That's the
it's
one
not
I like.
zucchini. Okay, it's not squash. It's not the worst. It's peppers. It's got mushrooms on it. Mushrooms.
Go for a good bell pepper.
I mean, there's gonna be bell peppers on there.
Sure. I just literally
Among
just
other
like
things,
fresh
might
bell
be.
pepper that I can just like take a bite out of.
I can't imagine that, but they also are very fresh bell peppers.
That's disgusting. What? Just adding bell pepper?
Bell pepper is disgusting.
Like the sweet bell peppers?
Nasty.
What?
Nasty.
Oh, my
You gotta
mom used
cook
to
it
like grow them in her garden.
You gotta cook them right.
Nasty.
Yeah.
What vegetables do you like?
Dude, I like the basic stuff, dude. I like kales, and I like broccolis, and I like spinach.
You put kale in that list,
Yeah.
but pepper is inconceivable.
Yeah, dude, I got it.
No, not. I said bell pepper.
Oh, specifically bell pepper.
Specifically bell pepper. You put those hot peppers in there, now we're talking. I like them hot peppers.
See, my
Okay,
philosophy
okay, I
is
can-
my food eats vegetables, and therefore
You're an
I
omnivore.
Okay, anyways, so you guys wrap up the night. Coronado goes along his own way.
He can say what else he wants.
He's staying at the Abbey. He's like, no. I wouldn't want there to appear to be any favor beyond what's already being shadowed upon you by my presence. He's like, no. Like, that would be
fair.
very unfair. And he goes on his own way. So the next day, I do not
Actually,
need a
I would
camera.
have come over to you at some point and be like, what do you think the chances are of actually trying to reach an accord between the two sides? You're shaking your head now?
It depends on who we're talking about.
The anarchists and the...
No.
No?
I mean, which members you're speaking of?
That's a fair point. Considering they all sent representatives and the Anarchs aren't one amorphous blob.
Yes. I don't know that there's a chief among them. I imagine that Lord Vikos is a ranking member.
Do you think he could convince him to something like that that's a little bit more tame, knowing his personality?
I don't know. I would hope that we could prevail upon him, considering our shared history, our past alliance.
We would have to give him something
Of course.
far more pressing to hate, I think.
Hatred of death usually keeps people together. No?
Divert his attention to those voivodes that were responsible for his sister's death.
Oh, that's exactly why he is where he is, I think.
Yeah, he's already taken that step.
Yeah, it would be to shift that blame.
Yeah.
They're the artsy-fartsy socialite types.
I remember.
The beauty dudes.
Do you know what Vikos is? Or would I know?
Vikos is
Should we
the
see?
And in general, the Anarchs distrust elders. They think they're only using them.
If the Anarchs thought that the Elders were actually giving them space, would they acquiesce?
Possibly, but on the other side of the coin then,
Would the Elders consider that?
well, the Camarilla is certainly supported by many elders. The Camarilla needs a space which has no holes to meet what they want to meet.
A space that has no holes?
If there are going to be princedoms, there cannot be much space between them. There can't be places of anarchy within.
Ah, you're saying they have to be surrounded by like neighbors, not isolated little fiefdoms.
And it needs to be a certain amount of space, by my reckoning.
At this point, how far does the Camarilla extend? Like,
They're creating it right now.
okay, we're literally creating
Like,
right now. Like, we
The
are
ideas,
in,
right now it's
essentially-
ideas.
We're in like Europe right now, correct?
Yeah, we're in Great Britain. Sorry if that was...
Yeah, like that whole chunk. Do we have any information on Asia at the current point?
We have more information than anyone else does.
You guys do?
Depends
Yeah.
on what kind of info you're looking for.
And what's in Asia? I've never been there.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh wow!
I said-
didn't even actually.
I said
think
both
of how
that way
That
a
was
lot.
split up at the time.
Kind
Maybe
of.
Some boats.
Yeah, we have some trade information. Me and you.
Yeah,
and
That's it.
trading silks. They have fantastic silks. That's what we know about Asia. Yeah.
Other than that, I know nothing.
Covering up those
So we have no
tattoos.
idea what their structuring is out there.
I know I do not know
Strange.
what you
That's the
speak
best I could tell you.
Strange.
It's not at all strange.
Let's put it this way: at this point in history, it's not been that long since Marco Polo made his journey down the Silk Road and made contact with China for the first time.
Okay.
Because that was in the early 1200s.
So yeah, past the Ottoman Empire, like there's like endless fields of like people living in huts with sticks for all you know, like Neanderthals, if they're people at all.
Certainly barbaric.
Yeah, like
And way
it's so
over there,
foreign that it's like doesn't even register as people.
I mean, specifically because of Marco Polo and people like him, they know that way over there somewhere is where silk comes from.
Okay.
Yeah. So you do technically know that there's civilization, but here not too long ago, their civilization tried to murder the shit out of your civilization
Okay.
with these guys on horses with bows, and that was terrible.
Fortunately, our walls prevailed.
Though they did fall a few times.
Alright.
So it's a little bit Barbie Dragons.
Okay, so we don't have necessarily a good solution for
You don't know
this,
when
but-
you don't know when the ground ends that way.
Yeah.
Land ends. It's just
Like I said, we know more
Yeah.
than most of. I doubt 90% of the people at this convocation.
Not the players, the characters.
The characters.
Right. I got that part. It was just one of those, like, my character would not know more enough to ask that.
No,
just
that-
literally.
So yeah, the people who come from the east
Yeah.
is them.
Okay. Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
Yeah, they are the people from the east.
Okay.
And there's beyond them, there's barbarian hordes.
And trying to convince anyone to go live with the barbarians is just going to be like, okay, yeah,
Yeah, no, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, we do know there are canine smuggling.
I'm sorry, say that
I
again?
think we do know there are vampire smuggling. Yeah.
Oh, there are vampires among them. Okay.
We also know if you go to the Middle Kingdom, there's something else that is not vampires.
Let's not get out of character too much. How about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
it's not a concern.
Right.
Point being, those people are crazy and weird, and not people.
So, let's do the beginning of the next day. Not the whole next day, just the beginning of the next day, which will be introduction of the people who are there and participating, and the reading of the issues at hand. So what I'll do is, so I'll introduce a couple of characters that you will, know and be introduced to, and then you guys can roleplay amongst one another or the other NPCs in the game, which I will play. But even still, as I'm doing it, every once in a while, I'll announce a name, and that will be a name that's like somebody is just yelling out, like this person is here, and they're being announced, and they're here.
Let her enter the room.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the next night, the convocation is beginning to be held in the courtyard of the chapel. What is the name of the chapel? I forget. The audience is laughing at me right now, as well they should, because I'm funny.
You named everything else right as it becomes an Abbey yet?
I didn't tell you.
The Abbey of the Sacred Crown. And Eleanor de Valois, who was very busy the day before greeting and introducing, helping to bring people into the convocation, is a woman of Clan Bruja, who is the moderator for this event. And it is her place to make the announcements of all of the guests, of all of the issues at hand, to handle who is allowed to speak and when, and to assist in the casting of votes when everything has come together.
Say her name again.
Eleanor
Eleanor.
de Valois, Valois.
That'd be Valois.
Oh yeah, thank you. People who know French better than me. Hi, how are you? You exist in great numbers.
I've butchered your language and I'm sorry.
Yes.
It will keep happening.
Yes, it will keep happening. I apologize. My linguistic skills suck. I admit this.
How dare you not be bilingual?
Sorry, French people.
De La Voix.
Yeah. Valois. Delavois.
Got it.
She's dressed in a pretty modern style. She's got the kind of fancy hat and a nice dress, silk in that fancy velvet stuff they've got. That's oh so popular. There she is.
Oh, okay.
There she is.
It's like a headscarf.
Yeah, that hat's real popular. I don't know the name of it, but that hat's real
I know what
popular.
you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah. It's
But it only
actually
comes out on one side. Is that the style?
yeah, it's kind of got a big thing on one side, and then it's got a long tail on the other side.
Do
That
they
they
just
wrap
like
on their
have
neck.
longer hair and then they put it in that and then they just toss it
I'll-
over
I'll
the
tell you
side?
the history of the garment later.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I actually know the history of that garment. I just forget its name. Anyways, it's an ugly hat. She's got one of those hats, and she's very personable to you. She, since you guys have been there for forever, and we're the first people to the convocation, you're probably the first people to this meeting. So she announces all of you first.
I'm just gonna go straight.
You
Yeah.
okay? All right. All right. She announces Jakub of Transylvania of Clan Tremere.
Thomas from Transylvania of Clan Tamisi.
Lefar of Clan Gangrel.
Pax Montales of Clan Sedite.
Baroness Emmy Rice. I can't remember her other name.
It was Leon, wasn't it?
That's right.
Yeah.
Rice Leon from Transylvania. Shemisi.
Stanislav Zamolochkova of Kiev.
Devil of Ravenos.
And David Leon of Transylvania in the Shemisi. And you guys are kind of the first people into the courtyard. She's standing there. Father Samuel is standing there with a couple of the assistants. They have ewers with one of them has a ewer and the other one has a tray of cups. And they come by and offer you blood, telling you that the blood was donated to the chapel by people from the village nearby, and that it was gathered humanely. And they offer all of you a bit of it.
Speaking in her native French. Forgive me, madame. I will not partake. I prefer to hunt mine. But it is much appreciated.
She gestures for the servants to go about their way, and she goes looking about. She goes like fiddling with this hole that they've dug in the ground, and is like just seems she's fussing with the hole and kind of looking at it, and she checks with Father Samuel. Is it to their liking? Yes, I've been sure that's to their liking.
Can I roll some canine lore to know what's going on with the hole?
Yes, the difficulty will be high.
Okay. So just intelligence plus canine lore.
Difficulty lots.
Difficulty lots.
Could get lucky.
Yeah, could get lucky.
9774.
Chances are, though, you're not exactly sure, but the La Sombra are involved, so it's probably some type of pageantry. You're not exactly sure what, but Eleanor is wanting to make sure that it's correct because she's concerned about keeping the peace, which means, part of that means keeping people happy, making sure that their needs are met. So she's going around and doing that.
Like a wedding.
What do you do?
Well, you go in and find a seat.
There's no seats. It's a big grassy field
Yeah.
I grab
with a few
goblet.
standing stages.
I grab a goblet and talk to my husband.
There are a couple of tents, but they're kind of assigned.
Then I just sort of stand around.
You guys just chill.
I'd go over to Eleanor and ask, so how exactly does a proceeding like this actually go off? How did you manage to, one, get all these people, and two, manage to keep the order?
The order hasn't been kept yet, my friend.
Oh. I mean in the sense of getting all these people to agree in the first place.
We have worked for 10 years to create this meeting.
Okay. And what are the procedures so we may not run afoul of them? Because I don't think we were given a primer.
You swore the oath.
Yes.
That is the basis of our meeting.
Oh. Okay. Never mind then.
That we will not do harm to one another. That we will not cause there to be need to do harm to one another. That should there be conflict that would arise to such a degree that we will separate from one another and go to our own temporary abodes.
All right. Sounds reasonable enough.
You find it fitting?
Yeah.
Would you add to it?
I was curious how you're going to go around and discuss the issues.
I will announce what the major issues that will be,
Okay.
and I will announce the speakers on each day and who will speak and when.
Okay.
And then there will be time for
Discussion.
general discussion and for various individuals to speak with one another and share their viewpoints in an attempt to sway one another to different viewpoints. And I will intermingle amongst the crowd to ensure that everything is being kept as peaceable as it can be given those circumstances. And by the end of 5 days, we will come to some type of a decision.
Okay. Fair enough.
Understood?
Yep.
If you have any more questions, please feel free to ask me.
Certainly.
How busy is Father Samuel?
As of yet, moderately. He's running back and forth into the keep and like bringing things into the various little tents and like checking on the cups and everything and, you know, making sure everything looks nice and making sure that the torches are nice and bright over here, but nice and dim over here and things like that. You can grab him though. He's not so busy because not that many people. You guys are the ones that are here.
Yeah.
So you are his guests. So it's not hard to get his ear.
No, I'll let him be.
Okay.
He's got stuff to do.
Okay. So the first to arrive are a group of individuals who you can immediately tell at least a couple of their number are not happy that you are here before they are. And their names call out. Adana de Sofroza, Clan Bruja. Milov Petenkov, Clan Bruja. Or pardon me, Clan Gangle. Josef von Björten, Clan Nosferatu. Rafael de Corazon, Clan Toreador. Mistress Van Schon, Clan Tremere. And Harstadt the Elder, Clan Ventru.
Did I hear that right? Did he just say elder?
Oh, yes.
Oh.
This would be our Camarilla.
Unless I missed my guess, he just introduced the Justicars.
Yes.
Raphael, something I missed.
Rafael de Corazon.
I'm just doing first names because I'm not going to keep track. I'm not going to be able to keep track of. Then Mistress, who was the Tremere?
Fanchon. Fanchon.
Is there a distinct difference in how the elder dresses from his companions?
Yeah, he's wearing plate mail armor.
Oh. Okay. Is his face seeable?
Absolutely. He doesn't have a helmet on.
Okay.
And it's all like ornate
Oh.
stuff. I mean, like it's like embossed.
And engraved.
Every inch of it. I mean, it's
Harstadt the Elder.
holy shit. Whoever made this is a fucking.
I'm
Whoever made this is not a blacksmith. He's an armorer.
I'm okay
Yeah,
with this.
he is fucking decked out, dude. And he's got his fancy cloak. You know, he's got sash going across everything. He is just to the nines. This guy.
Facially, being an elder does not designate he would be appearing different. Like
No,
us
dude, he
from-
looks like he's maybe in his early 30s.
Okay, so he looks normal by all appearances. Nosferatu are the only ones that have distinct visual appearance
That's right.
differences.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All Canaanites look a little bit pale unless they spend a blood point to make themselves not look pale.
Okay.
But
it's night and
Yeah.
they're amongst kin.
Yeah. Nobody's wasting their blood on that shit right now.
Okay.
If you're really old, like say Dominus, you look super pale.
Yeah.
The Sombra also, or no, Cappadocians also look like
Yeah, they're
super
super
pale.
super pale.
And Assamites look super dark.
No, they do not. I don't like that rule, and I assuage it.
Oh, okay.
They will look darker just by virtue of the fact that they come from darker people, but they still look ashy and like pale like vampires do.
Okay. But there is no, aside from the fact that he showed up in all the blame, there's no visual reason anyone just walking in would see, oh yeah, that's the elder right there.
That's what?
That's the elder right there. Other than the fact that his attire is such.
Yeah.
Okay.
These
I'm
are
gonna go introduce myself to him.
They all look like just random people
Okay.
as far as their physical face appearance and whatnot. They don't look, some people look old, some people don't. They look old.
Right.
Yeah.
It was more of a, there's not an immediate, like, you guys see him and it's like, that's a guy who's an elder.
No, there's no way to tell that.
Okay, cool. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna go introduce myself to him.
To who? There's several of them, and they're a little bit
clustered?
splayed out. I can only roleplay one person at a time. Is what that means.
Raphael de Corazon.
Raphael de Corazon.
Yes.
You are entranced.
Okay.
This guy. Oh my God! This guy makes Danielle Coronado look like he is a part of a community theater. This guy is beaming. This guy is amazing as shit.
I try not to.
One time in your fucking life have you encountered a personage as impactful as this person's eyes are to you right now? One time, and you never saw him in the flesh.
Yeah. Yeah. I try not to.
And then he smiles.
Oh God.
I try not to drop too hard. Yeah.
Oh, and he smiles, and it's just, it is the face of benevolence.
it's like Fabio on the cover of one of those old romance novels.
Fabio ain't got shit on this guy.
I got shit on this guy, dude. Yes.
I bow deeply. Lord de Corazon. Prince Coronado speaks very highly of you. I wanted to introduce myself.
I'm flattered.
I'm Pax Montalis.
Oh, yes, you arrived before I did, that I did not hear your introduction. I apologize. It was my hope that we would arrive before anyone else.
Well, no apologies necessary, of course. I am glad I was here to witness your arrival. As I said, Prince Coronado spoke so highly of you, I felt it would be remiss of myself to not avail myself of the chance to make your acquaintance.
Well, it is most wonderful to meet you. Who invited you to the convocation? How did you come this way?
It was Lucita gave us the invitation.
Lucita. Yes, I have spoken with her on several occasions.
My friends and I come from Transylvania.
Transylvania, indeed. I have never traveled to these lands.
I can imagine you would not have occasion to. Did the journey agree with you?
Every journey agrees with me.
I can appreciate the sentiments.
And I have cause and occasion to travel to any part of the land. It is only the time that I'm permitted that must make me choose between one place and another.
Difficult decisions.
Always.
And I kind of resort to being awestruck a little bit.
Do you ask for his autograph?
If that was the thing, I might.
Excuse me. I
can easily
Can I
start
have,
painting.
here's some wax. Can I have your
Yeah, yeah.
impression of your ring?
Yeah, give me your signet.
This could be your impression.
You got
That's
something on
pretty
me.
good autograph
Yeah.
nowadays, right then.
Forgive me, I'm usually not at such a loss for words. You just quite an impression upon me.
I apologize.
Oh, no need for apology. It is rare to stand in the presence of one with such gravitas.
It is not my intention to assuage you. I'm merely here representing the ideals that I value.
Of course. So I've,
Though, as the discussions begin, I cannot say that I will restrain myself in the same manner.
if one cannot be passionate about what they believe in, then do they really believe it?
Truly.
Well, I look forward to hearing what you have to say.
There will come time that I will speak. It is my hope to listen first.
So, I want to find the gangrel elder. I don't remember the name.
Yeah, his name is Milo.
1 second. But after he says that, I kind of nod and say, yes, a wise man once told me that God gave us 2 eyes and 2 ears and 1 mouth, meaning we should listen and watch twice as much as we speak. Or so I've been told. Again, it's been a pleasure.
He bows real low.
I back away and do my best to tear myself away.
Do you feel like there's an aching hole that just hasn't been filled as you move away?
Yeah, pretty much.
I got a few of those. Sorry. Didn't mean to catch you up.
No, I thought you were done. I'm sorry. It's fine. So yeah, the gang.
Milov Petenkov is his name. Milov is he's just kind of he's looking up at the walls and stuff, and he's dressed in like the kind of thing a nobleman might wear on a hunt. Right? He's got like leathers and he's got some silks on, but it's all a bit of a little bit hardier stock of clothing than your average about town type of.
So not that different from what I'm wearing.
Yeah. Probably similar, but definitely of a good cut, and definitely of a nice type. And he's looking up at the walls and stuff.
Forgive me, I don't wish to intrude.
Hello, sir.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lyfar, Gundaraksan of the Gangrel.
Hello.
I have had few occasions to talk to one of our clan, and so I make it a point whenever I encounter another to introduce myself.
I can understand.
Yes. By those you arrive with, I can only assume you are here with a Camarilla.
Yes. Are you?
I am as yet undecided. Many things.
Perhaps you have not heard words that are good enough.
That is possible.
Have you combed the lands?
I've traveled many places, yes.
No. Nearby.
Ah, yes, of course.
I am concerned as to the security of those that are here.
I have encountered nothing untoward.
The hunting is good?
Yes. Until the delegates begin arriving, That I can tell, there haven't been any other Canaanites here other than the good father there, motioning to the priest, for some time, if at all.
Do you hunt with bow or with claw?
I prefer to hunt with claw. And yourself?
I hunt with bow.
Hmm.
I find the challenge to be to my liking. With the other gangrel that are here, we should find prey that is in larger numbers, that we can hunt them in part by claw and in parts by spear and in part by bow together.
But the ones who have arrived, I know of only one, and another who has yet to make his presence known, that I've heard is coming.
This is good. One of these nights after the talking, I will hunt, and those that wish to join me are invited.
It would be my pleasure, regardless of the outcome.
Yes, gangrel should hunt together.
I have not had many occasions to do so these last centuries.
That is unfortunate. Too many of our kind do not have family or pack to hunt with and perish needlessly.
Yes. My own sire, as from what I understand is not unusual among our kind, left me in the wilderness of the Aegean on my own to survive.
Mine in the Black Forest.
Yes. And it wasn't for another 2 decades until I encountered my current coterie, and we've been together for a number of centuries since.
It produces strong members of our clan, but more are lost than gained. It has been my habit in recent years to leave the young ones for 6 months to 1 year alone, and then to reintroduce myself to them, to show them our ways and to give them some sense of community.
That seems wise. I have not seen my sire since he left me. Those many centuries ago.
Perhaps it was he that fell.
That is possible.
Well, I think that it is high time that the gangrel come together and cease dwelling within the dark alone, to hunt in the moonlight together. I'm sure there will be some who disagree with me, and they will have their own way, regardless of what it is that I have to say. But I think there are many who do not know the beauty of the pack and they do not yet completely understand the great benefits to be had within it.
Yes, I have not had the pleasure of running with other gangrel. However, I have run with the wolves of the Carpathians many times.
Had you not said that you had a circle that you spent time with?
Yes, but they are all city dwellers.
Yes, but there are some folk that you have tarried with.
To be certain.
Many of our kind have not even that.
That is sad. Forgive me for asking. I have not known, as I said, I have not known many of our clan, but are you considered an elder among us?
I am sure there are those that make that distinction. Many are the winters that I've endured.
Yes, I have encountered a number of younger ones. Only one older. Mitru the Hunter, are you familiar with him?
I am. Only through reputation, though.
Yes, we met once as adversaries around 3 centuries ago.
That is not the reputation that I have gleaned.
And then again, mere decades ago, in which case we, possibly not friends, but at a minimum allies in a common cause.
I have heard of him because of the prevalence of his child art.
Yes. Myself, I have not encountered many of them. My wife had.
I have not encountered him, but them instead. They are of a variety. But it seems that he has found his own way to embrace the pack.
It seems so.
And it seems that he's persevered for it. These same concerns are, I'd imagine, the reason that you have not encountered many that are older amongst our kind. Sometimes it is the way. Sometimes, despite the fact that they are Canaanites, they know that they are old and that they will grow no longer, and they allow themselves to pass. But others, I have heard tales, fall prey to poor circumstances. Circumstances usually of a mortal nature. Inquisition, for example, is such a situation. And they do not have allies when they are needed. When their enemies have great allies and have made them into prey. Many of our sires teach us to be predators, but they do not teach us what we need to know when we become prey against our will.
Yes, I have been on both ends of that. Predator and prey. I can assure you, I greatly prefer predator.
Well, certainly any wise being would choose to be predator rather than prey.
Naturally.
This is a choice that is made for us. And if we are ill prepared, then we shall devolve further and become a meal instead of merely prey.
Perhaps I should consider embracing child. I have only embraced one, and that was unusual circumstances. He has since gone his own way. However, I did not abandon him until he felt he was able to take care of himself.
I find it worthwhile. Hennikov! You can hear somebody yell out behind him. He looks. More talking.
Don't allow me to keep you. It was a pleasure.
We will speak again about the details of the hunt.
I look forward to it.
He just turns and walks off.
I turn and walk off too.
I want to meet the mistress.
Federico of Padua, Nosferatu.
Actually, a question.
Mm-hmm.
Of the Justicars that have arrived, I only counted 6.
Harstadt, Adam de Sefrosa, Mille, Pentenkov, Josef Van Buren, Raphael de Corazon, Mistress Van Chion. Oh, there is one missing. My bad.
That's okay. I was like,
My list.
did only 6 show up?
Yeah,
That's weird.
Nope. Camilla Baines
Camilla.
of Malkavian.
Okay.
I messed up my list. That's what happened. I know.
Sorry, I caught you, and you're good.
Professional quality game mastering right here.
Sometimes you need a safety net. Right?
Yeah. Well,
29 NPC.
I spent too much time this week working on my City of Mist shit when I should have been working on this.
It's 12:40 in the morning. You can slip up. It's fine.
It's fine. Lelika Kairos, Bruja. You want to talk to who now?
The Mistress Funchon?
Mistress Fanchon.
Funchon, yeah.
Yeah, she's a little bit of a practical looking lady. She's not nearly as fancy as some of the other Tremere ladies that you've seen. And she's standing right next to this big dude in the armor. Harstad.
Harstad for real.
Yeah.
All right. Fantastic.
When you come within like 10 feet and he just starts glaring at you. And then she's like looking at him and she's like, yes.
Mr. Svenchon.
And you are?
I am Jakub al-Hadrami. I run a city in Transylvania.
Oh, come from afar.
Many afars. Yes. You can tell. My whole life was coming from afar. And now my death too.
I'm sure that there are many things that you will have to say during our proceedings.
I intend to listen before I say, though I have preconceived thoughts.
These are wise words from an anarch.
You think me an anarch?
You are from Transylvania.
True. And I have been under anarchs there, I suppose. Though, not all anarchs. I wouldn't call the Voivode anarchs. Unless you would say that those that oppose the Camarilla must be anarchs.
Merely a convenience of speech.
That's what I figured. I don't think they would align with the anarchs per se either.
It is not quite what I have heard of the Voivodes. Perhaps I stand to be educated.
Perhaps they stand.
Perhaps he lies.
Who?
Harstad.
I think perhaps they stand to be educated.
Harstad leans forward. Then why have they not come?
It's a good question. And of course, they don't know well, do they?
Indeed.
Conversations.
She kind of puts like a hand on his shoulder a little bit, and he kind of does one of these.
Conversations I had with one I would call my sire not in blood, but in learning. Daniel Coronado.
He like Harstad's like. She's like, I have heard the name. Raphael knows him.
Knows him well, and they seem to be at least in favor of each other. And his words lead me to believe that the Voidbode, though foolish in their ways, wanting to rule, that is exactly what you would offer them.
Have you come here representing Clan Shanice?
No, not at all. I just come from, as I said, I run a city there. For them, under them.
So you were concerned with the future of your abode.
To an extent, certainly.
Well, it seems then, if not, then this is somewhat of a curiosity for you then.
In many ways. On top of that,
I assure you that for us this is no curiosity.
I would expect so. You've spent how long thinking about this?
Many years.
No. So yes, I am curious. And I do already think that I am favorable. But they should be favorable as well.
No. You'll forgive me, but you have no vote in this.
Indeed I don't.
So what is it that you represent? Surely you wish to sway me to some type of thought.
More so I wish to learn. That is why I'm speaking to you.
And my companions will speak in our due time.
I look forward to it.
Good.
I have other questions too. If you would have them, of course.
Are they questions that should be kept until we are allowed to speak?
They're not questions.
You must understand, little man. We are not here to repeat ourselves.
Indeed.
He speaks harshly but true.
And the questions would not be of that.
So it is my personal attention that you desire?
To an extent. Questions of our bloodline.
Our bloodline.
Mm-hmm. Surprising, no?
There is not a Tremere that has been invited to this convocation that I have not personally met.
Most certainly. We are meeting now.
Why don't you head whip those dice out, baby?
Oh shit.
Domination happening. We're doing willpower? What are we doing?
Nope. Gilbert de Halfer, Ventru. Father Jean Marc de Halfer, Toreador.
What am I rolling?
You are rolling your manipulation and your expression. This is your attempt to make something of a positive impression as you reveal something way whack as shit. 4.
4. 8, 9, 10, 8.
You rerolled your 10?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Good roll, Haku. Good roll.
You'll forgive me, but I require knowing how this has come to be.
I was brought into this life by a man who left me with nothing. Left me to fend for myself.
You expect me to believe that?
Would you taste my blood to confirm?
I can see it in you.
Certainly.
I thought you had learned through some other means. Duplicitous, no doubt. But even if you were speaking truth, what is it that you desire? Recompense?
No. Understanding. I hate my blood. I hate what he did to me.
Now, is your blood and what he did to you the same? I know that during this convocation I am going to face a great amount of anger. I did not expect it to take quite this form, but I have prepared myself for it. And the first thing that I would say to you is the same that I would say to any anarch, or not anarch, that came before us and spoke in a way that you did, of harms done to them. And the first thing that I would say is, if things in this meeting can be brought to an accord, you will be welcomed back.
Don't know that I wish to be welcomed back, but I'm interested to understand. And certainly, though, as you say,
Well, you can certainly respect that if you do not wish to consort with your fellows, that there are certain aspects of your blood that I will never reveal to you. Respectful.
I certainly understand that.
But I can tell you with earnestness that that is not my desire. Your problem is a mirror of all of our problems. If and indeed it is true, I will admit to you that this sounds greatly like some type of ruse for my attention. But provided that it isn't, and I wish to give you the benefit of the doubt, just like any other member here, that whatever wrong has been done to you, or that you feel has been done to you, is something we want to wipe away, make good of. And whatever wrong you have done is something that I want us to forgive in some way. Let us hope that we can build that relationship.
That's why I came to speak to you. Not to air my grievances, to come and understand, to come together. So, I appreciate your words.
There are many among our clan that war with the Shemisi. I cannot imagine how it is that you have escaped their ire, but I can tell you that those conflicts are a deep wound in our society. And I do not represent the clan as a whole here. I represent our new society and Tremere within our new society. There is certainly, yes, an accord with the clan Tremere, but here I am Justicar. And I wish to find a way to end, or at least pacify, this endless conflict born of our great-grandsires' evil. I know what was done to their clan. I know that I have benefited from it. I know that my very existence is a result of those crimes. But there's nothing I can do about that.
I agree.
And it would be my hope that we could move forward to something new. Harshdat kind of grins. Well spoken. He is understanding.
I look forward to the talks.
Hussein al-Fatin, Clan Assamite. Karif al-Numar, Clan Assamite.
I go up to him, say hi again.
Who?
Alfie.
Oh, Al-Fatin, yeah. He's standing there doing this one and doing the beard stroke.
Hey, it's up.
Yes. Oh, you do good work.
I'm working on it.
Who are you with?
Oh, my friends. I point them out in the crowd.
Who are they? I know them.
Oh, you do?
Him. You. He points. You can see this guy's pointing at you guys.
You're like your friends. And he's like those. Yeah, those. I know those
motioned
people.
to you guys to come on over.
Do we know this guy?
I'm working on his swords for him.
Do I recognize him?
He speaks up. You remember, I fulfill contract for you. There was a criminal, Goriatrix.
Oh.
I delivered him to you.
I recall.
Yes.
I sense a story coming on.
This story would be best to be left for private conversation, but I would be glad to tell my side of it. Very uneventful, but the events surrounding it very interesting.
Yes.
But it may offend listening ears.
Fair enough. I
I
understand.
assure you that all contracts that my clan protects and carries out are carried out with the greatest of honor and respect, whatever they may be. Tiberiu of B Streets, Clan Gangrel. What are you guys doing?
I give him a nod. I give Tiberiu a nod as he walks in.
He comes in with a couple of his Gangrel pals. They announce their names too, whatever.
What was the name of the first Nosferatu that came in? There's two so far.
Joseph.
Yeah, Joseph Van Buurten. Yeah, Bauten. Bouten. I don't know, maybe I should screw that one up too. What are characters? Bauen.
Puppy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why? I'd be going up to him.
Gabriel Baruch, Clan La Sombra. Lucita de Agon, Clan La Sombra. Anatole, Clan Malkavian. You doing something?
Yes, I'm writing right now.
Go for it.
Give a big old smile. Go and greet Lucita and Anatole.
Yeah, I walk up with him.
There, like Lucita's, like she doesn't usually smile, but here she is smiling. She got a big smile on her face. She's, I am glad that you've made the journey. Thank you for coming. And Anatole smiles. Holy crap!
What?
Yeah.
I quickly draw this.
I give her the bow over her hand and we're putting the charm on.
You seem in good spirits, my lady.
Yes, I'm very happy for this convocation. There were many times I was scared that it would. I did not think it would get this far.
Thus far, everyone seems to be fairly cordial. Oddly, the only negative encounter we've had was with Micah. He seemed rather angry.
Yes. He is vehement.
He's changed.
Durga Sin of Clan Ravnos.
Do I recognize this person?
50-50 chance.
Oh, okay.
Roll.
Yeah. Odds evens.
Whichever you like. Which one is which?
6 and up.
6 and up.
6 and up, you win. Cool.
That's how it rolls.
You win. Durga Sin, dude.
Oh.
She is the queen queen of storytelling, fucking prophecy bitches. She's like, you hear stories about Durgason, yeah, oh yeah, like, oh, she pulled the trick on everybody. She sees the fucking future, dude. She's a witch, dude. She's awesome, dude. She's the only Ravnos who gets guaranteed to get respect amongst all the other clans, dude.
All right.
She's a fucking queen bitch. Yeah.
Fellow Ravnos.
Huh?
Devon. Devon of Clare.
Where do you come from?
Ravnos.
Yes. What land? What land?
Currently, Transylvania was the last place I was roosting.
And this is the place where your parents and your children lay in their graves.
Here? No.
No.
Sorry, France. Sorry.
France. She starts speaking French, like super crazy fluent.
My French is a little bit rusty. I've moved around a bit.
Of course. Do you require something?
No, I was just coming over to say hi to a fellow face.
Your respect for your elders is astonishing and much appreciated.
Of course.
Thank you.
Yes.
What is your... You'll forgive me, but I was under the impression that I would be the only of our kind in this place.
I was just here as an observer.
Truly.
Yeah. My friends and I were...
And there is nothing to be gained from your being here.
Knowledge. Knowledge is always good.
Specifically, what knowledge is it that you seek, young man?
Currently the state of affairs, because...
State of affairs is very common. I can't imagine that you come all across this way without something that you wish to gain in all of this. I cannot help you if you do not tell me.
Oh, well, I mean, for longer term, I was, gaining information for my own personal benefit, but,
Of course, it's for your own personal benefit.
I'm improving
you want
my
to survive, I understand that.
New smithing techniques and such.
Smithing techniques?
Yes.
Metallurgy?
Yes. Blacksmithing,
You came
specifically.
here?
My friends convinced me.
My God, you're naive.
I point to the chicken by my feet. I'm not going to object to that assessment.
Well, my young boy, please do not think that I devalue your skills or your ambition. There's great beauty to be found in a simple life. This is simply not the place for simple lives.
Life is what you make out of it.
Oh, dear God.
If it helps, Eddie, I'm young and the vampire world.
Oh, I couldn't have guessed.
Digging that hole.
Devin actually just kind of chuckles at that one.
Digging that hole.
I'm still learning.
Look,
boy. Yes.
Forgive me. Give me a moment, and I will formulate this in a way that hopefully you will understand.
Perhaps with a diagram.
Get out my giant post-it notes and
Flow charts.
You know rodents.
Yes. I'm quite familiar with the vermin.
Yes. Are you aware that there are mice, and then there are rats?
Yes.
Yes. Bigger, stronger, smarter. And then there are beasts of the field, chipmunk, squirrel, even more creative.
Yes.
You understand that?
Yes.
Yes. These are lions.
Are you referring to our brethren?
She points to like the rest of the field of people.
Yes.
They are lions. They will destroy us. if we are not very careful with everything that we do, for we are rats. We
Fair.
are smart, we are keen, we are stronger than some, we are unseen, we are clever. They will destroy us. You are in a very dangerous place. Watch yourself.
Of course.
If you make enemies in this place, they will likely be your enemies for centuries to come. I would not wish that for you. You are a cute boy.
Centuries, no, days, and then you're dead.
Give them a second.
They will expect of you that you have some type of a ruse. Your ruse apparently is to best friend someone into teaching you metallurgy. You will find that with ease. They will expect more. You must give them more without giving them too much.
So play the game is what you're saying.
No, don't play their game. Play a very petty, small game. Take someone's coins or something in a card game, please.
I take it that's your vice?
Yes.
Some of us don't have the same vice.
They will expect more of you. If they can catch you, they will think they have found everything there is to find about you.
Yeah,
So give them something to catch.
fair enough.
Do you understand?
I understand.
Cheat at cards. Get caught. Give up your title. Admit defeats.
Make someone else feel pretty. Got it.
And they will not suspect that you have something more grand in execution. The plans that I have put into place that have placed me here have caused all of these people to be afraid of me. With good reason.
I'd imagine so if you're standing here representing.
You have not done that.
No.
No, you are in danger.
You're a little friggin' worm on a big friggin' hook.
I'm a little fun word on a big freaking hook.
Like, I'm trying not to be snarky like I am. So goddamn bad. Oh, yes. I'll give you exactly what you want. Continue.
Zalios, Master Mason, Nosferatu. No, go get Grandma some tea.
Bless you.
Awesome tea.
Daniel Coronado. Clan Toreador. Micah Vicos. Clan Shamisi.
Does Micah look just as pissed as yesterday?
A little bit less.
A little bit.
He's kind of gloaty now. Now he's got just kind of like,
He's got his
I'm gonna
own
stab all of you
sneer.
guys that level of smile.
yeah. He's got that
Okay.
one. Maltheus, Ventru. Ketal the Serpent, Serite. Fidem Montalis, Serites. Lux Montalis, Serites.
Oh, here we go.
Bishop Sorano. Tremere.
Uh-oh. I remember that man.
Patricia of Bolingbroke. Bruja. Bishop Alfonso of Venice. La Sombra. At this, Alfonso comes striding across, like through these fields of, of people. towards this hole in the ground. And the darkness starts erupting up out of the ground and spilling like dark black fog across the green, obscuring it. You see Eleanor begin to speak, and Alfonso like puts his hand over her mouth, and she just like throws his hand away, and he puts his hands to his lips like this. And he walks over to this black hole and reaches in and grabs a hand that begins emerging, covered in this like black embroidered lace. As somebody begins stepping out of the steps that were in this hole. Archbishop Gabriella of Genoa, Queen of the Abyss and Bride of Cain. This woman steps up with this like bridal veil in black all the way down her face, and then comes walking out. He walks over with the assistance of another man, and they raise this bridal veil over her head, dark black curls, just white, skin white, dead white. She opens her eyes and this black fog comes pouring out of her eyes, and her mouth opens and the blackness pools in the air like a cloud. And then amidst this cloud, shapes start forming, and you can see this black turning circle in the center. So who wants to do some desires?
I now think she's the one that Diablerized.
You know, I don't know why it sounded odd to me. Of course Cain would have someone.
You know?
No, I didn't expect that.
Yeah.
It's at that point I realized I'd fallen to my knees. Just kind of in shock.
Like one of those?
Yeah.
Kind of hugged David like, this is bad. Like, this is real bad.
Okay. I'm good to go.
You got any desires? What are your desires? Go.
Seek balance with the world. I've been trying to see if I can find a way for both sides to coexist.
I saw that in your story. How many should you get for that one, guys? 3.
Yeah, you kept bringing it up.
They say 3.
Okay. Improve my smithing and renown.
Worked on it.
Well,
It was a central part of the story. He connected with one of the NPCs, formed a little bit of an alliance that will allow you guys some communication with him. I say 3 for that. Hell yeah.
and trade stories with my companions. That's why I kept on bothering you guys.
Which is the whole point of those desires.
What do you guys say?
I would say 3.
3. You get man. You get the triple 3. Goddamn. Perfect. All right, go.
Big mess.
Learn of the magics of the world as per usual. That's sort of what I do.
Okay. What did you get, guys? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2.
Yeah, we talked about some of them.
We talked about it, then it kind of died off.
Yeah. Learn more of the history of the Cainites as per usual.
3, he says.
Yeah.
You're living it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
You are living
But
probably
even
the most
in vampire
pivotal moment in vampire history
I
right
have
here.
now read the what are they called? The legacies.
The Ursi's
The
fragments.
I have now read them. So
Yeah.
You're gonna actually need to read them because we have them.
okay.
It's a real book.
Yeah.
Oh.
Cool.
Yeah.
And then learn about the locals in history. That's why I sent my retainer out to learn stuff because I can't. So whatever she came back with.
I say 1.
Yeah.
You sent a retainer.
Not a lot happened. You got information, but
Yeah.
like it didn't happen in the story. So.
Emmy.
That's it.
Rekindle relationships with people at the convocation because I knew.
Oh, there's tons of that. 3. Yeah. You get 1 for that for sure.
I didn't do anything with my humanity. I'm keeping it there. Eventually, something will happen.
Okay.
And 2, I was trying to help that village out with medicine. Obviously, they're.
Yeah,
not
you
ready.
did. You did. You
Obviously
tried.
Not ready for it.
Yeah.
We'll be there eventually.
Yeah.
Build a hospital. We can't use this.
You definitely made that was a new part of the story that existed because of you.
Yeah.
Success.
Okay.
All right.
That's
Great success.
it. Great success.
I actually kept the same ones I had last week. I wanted to learn more of my coteries' motivations. I was prying him in the beginning.
Yeah. That was true.
I wanted to preach the gospel.
Yeah.
I do that.
Yeah.
And learn more about the anarchs.
Oh yeah.
There's some of that.
Yeah. There's some of that for sure.
Let's see. Talk to some of the ghosts around the abbey in town.
Yeah. It was part of the story.
All none of them.
Really, what you did is you made sure that it was secured from ghost spies, but
Yeah,
yeah,
that too. Well, I was kind of the
Sorry, did you
implication.
say
Yeah.
ghost spies?
he was worried that there were ghost spies.
Don't
Is
worry.
that a thing?
Yes.
Yeah,
That's totally the thing.
absolutely.
Oh, okay.
See, a lot of ghosts can see into the real world, whereas we can't necessarily see theirs.
Okay.
Conversation about necromancy.
Learn more about the attendees at the convocation. Yes.
What was that?
Learn more about the attendees.
Oh hell yeah, that was the whole game.
Learn more of the history of this area. Which we know.
Yeah. What you got, sir?
I have perform a new necromancy ritual. So I performed the.
Yeah, you did.
Wait, was that in the building?
That was the
No.
one in Stonehenge. The
You
one
went to
that-
Stonehenge in the months in the past.
Yeah.
Got it.
Same one from before, expand the order of Crimson Stone. We were going to do that. And this one kind of ties into the first on gathering information on the coming meeting.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I saw you doing that.
Jakub imparts knowledge through lessons of pain. I have a lot to explain.
Who'd you inflict pain on?
I inflicted no pain. However, it came up because I have to explain myself now.
Oh, that's right. You did have to
Daniel
explain yourself
Coronado.
about it. Yeah, to Daniel Coronado, for sure.
I mean, you
Wait,
cause
I
emotional
might be an
trauma every
asshole.
time we talk. So does that count?
Look here, okay? I can't help you if you're weak. Alright? I just made some shadow puppets and you freaked out and ran out, so I mean, I can't help you.
They were very scary, convincing shadow puppets.
Well, you just saw something a lot worse.
I was gonna say, if you're gonna shadow
I mean, that's a check that just
If
came out of the
anything,
darkness.
You didn't run away from that because I helped you, okay?
Okay, fair. I mean, that's a lesson learned.
So Gabrielle's back.
Right.
Only I don't think it's
Greg, can you
Gabrielle
change to Find
anymore.
my will to Tremere.
Yeah!
Murdered. Seek to understand new forms of science.
When did you do that?
Well, so that was me going to Stonehenge.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, that chick that just came out of that hole was way fucking worse.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
this is way-
it did not register because it was humanoid.
Like, this is arguably
This is
humanoid.
odd. This is very bad.
She came from nowhere.
Yeah, there was nothing there.
There was a hole in the ground that went nowhere.
Not a deep
I
hole.
heard from the abyss.
And she walked out of it.
Yeah.
See, for us, I was like, huh, that's kind of a neat trick.
No, that was the... Oh, that's the trick I wanted to learn 300 years ago.
Decided it would be bad.
Yeah, you just weren't willing to pay the price for it.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
And I
there was
totally
a
aware of
price you
that.
could pay for that?
Yeah. Just kill a few children
She's
in the
the
abyss.
Kill those little children and take them into a
bride
void.
now.
I mean,
Is that
it's
really
fine.
beyond your
She sold her
character?
soul.
It wasn't at the time.
That's why
I considered doing it, going back and doing it.
Oh my god!
But I didn't have it.
So the
girlfriend's back.
The new guy's in the corner puking his guts
You
did have a point of access to gravity.
Going into the darkness of the abyss.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
You need a fixed point in order to easily do that to get the waypoint to get back.
I mean, we had access when we were back there because Gabriella was there,
Whatever Chunk says when
and I went and visited again later and explored.
This is why I was looking forward to this game, because since you first had those three characters in your lives, Alfonso, Gabriella, and Vikos, I have been waiting for this. I've been planning this. I've been wanting to bring all of them back, and I was like, this is the way to do it. Because there's hardly any reason for you to encounter half of those people after you leave the area that there is their influence. Like Danielle, no reason for it, unless you go back to Italy, there's no reason to encounter it. So I was like, no, Convention of Thorns, dude. Like, I could bring everybody there. And so I've been waiting to drop this motherfucker on your ass.
Well, you dropped it.
Yeah. Well, I just hope that you enjoy it. Is what I'm
I
getting at.
did. As soon as you said he pulled out his hand and another hand.
Oh, I knew.
Yeah, we all knew. We knew.
I knew it.
Yeah.
When you said that, and then the black lace confirmed it.
So she's back. That's great.
It's terrifying.
Presuming
No,
because
we
Cain is the
thought she
first.
was dead, like what?
What's that?
I'm presuming since Cain is the first generation, she would be second generation at best.
I mean, at this point,
If it's his wife,
No.
not
She's not
necessary at
she's
all.
not literally his wife.
Yeah, that's a question.
There's no way.
Okay.
that she
We have
could-
no idea.
Oh, okay.
That's a
Should-
question. It's gonna have to come up.
She
now,
did
yeah.
a thing and came back from the void.
and-
Why don't you ask her?
Yeah.
No,
Right on the head.
It's not before after she
I
went
know
to
well
Solo.
enough not to pester people, which is why I did not immediately go up to the elder and like, so where'd you get your stuff?
Jakuba,
I
touch
really
you
like
well.
this.
Be weird who you ask questions
I've
to.
been doing it the whole time, haven't I? Because I could have done worse, and everyone would do worse to you.
Tosh, it's black obsidian.
Of course it is. I figured.
What's black obsidian?
Her wedding ring.
Oh, okay. That makes
Because
sense.
I was
That's
jokingly
thematic sense.
saying, let me look at your left hand, third finger. Yeah.
So she married the Ebon Dragon. Kind of.
Like a glittering diamond, it's like, oh
Make
my
her the Scarlet
god,
Empress.
it's beautiful.
Black obsidian. I wouldn't
Anybody
expect-
with like okay, let's since we're worried about this now. Does anybody have theology?
I think so, yeah. I do.
What do you got? Theology.
Not a lot, but I got some.
Wait, you should have a decent bit, don't you?
Let's see, old sheet.
Old sheet. Oh, they're digging out the old sheets now.
Oh, the second page of old sheet.
Two.
I'm pretty sure I have like one or two. New sheets.
Called.
I wrote it down.
I got a cult and theology.
Theology 1.
A cult? Fantastic choice, please.
Most nuns are thought to be brides of Christ.
Yeah.
She was introduced as an archbishop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
So, given that, like,
Let me write that down.
chances, unless she's totally crazy, there's more evidence to believe that this is a part of some religious thing than it is to believe that she's trying to actually claim that, you know.
Yeah. Fair enough.
No.
Sense made.
Devin has enough common sense to know which is dangerous versus which is you're gonna get your hand slapped.
Well,
Does he though?
I slapped your hand
You did.
and told you there's dangerous shit out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, that's why I was like, I'm okay with talking with the Ravnos lady. I'm not gonna bother the elder, and I ain't touching that. But I'm gonna be like, oh, that's cool.
Oh, I was like, I'm not gonna touch the tree. No, I have to touch the tree.
You have to do it.
I have to do it. So I can one day get 3 points for a day.
I tried to help. I tried.
Oh, please don't.
Oh no, not with the painful lessons.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
He just bursts in with the chicken. Hey!
Why do you think I have the chickens? I just have a collection of chickens. You're not gonna know if I switch them out.
Yeah, right.
types of accidents.
Hey,
All those chickens,
chickens
look the same.
have individual personalities.
So I
I
thought
can
about
tell
it.
you because I talk to them.
So could I. So could I.
Goddamn right.
They're still tasty though.
They are very tasty.
So, I once played in a D&D game, third
Yeah.
edition. I played a halfling rogue wizard.
Did you toss chickens at people?
I had a hat of infinite chickens that I made.
You had a
Wait.
what?
Hat of infinite chickens.
A hat of infinite
Yeah,
chickens.
the conical, you know, with the white
Yeah.
brim and the stars on it and everything, and I would pull chickens out. I made it.
So I may be designing something like that now. Wait, no, I can't. I'm not a caster.
No.
I grapple things. Damn it.
The hat of infinite chickens was
Okay.
was great
Ah,
because
I feel
like
if you want to take 'em.
if you thought there might be a trapped hallway,
I will
you throw a
Chicken.
chicken down there.
Yeah, no.
If you need light
course
to
of
see
you
what's
dancing
down there, you light a chicken on fire
really
and
like
throw it
chicken.
down there. And, you know,
It's just a little
and
too much for me.
if you're hungry,
And with how
Fair.
they're just a little not gummy enough.
So for the trap part,
Okay, they are
Kevin's
They are
mentioned
tough.
the
Oh,
wand
flavor
of
them.
Well, that's
Just summon pony.
Caribous are tough.
the,
Somewhere-
just summoning
They're
ponies
gummies
for
multiverse,
setting
the
off
poor
traps.
farmer going, where do my chickens keep
They don't
going?
last long
My
on
chickens?"
shelves, we'll just say that.
so the other funny thing about that is like the
Like
genesis
another-
of the magic item that lets love run at crazy speeds
Yeah.
and on top
Yeah, those have
of
been on the
water.
shelf for a while.
Yeah.
I made with that character, but it was horseshoes for his
That's right.
pony
That's what
that
it's
I always
supposed
described
That's
as
how
like
they're
this
supposed to be.
shaggy,
They're supposed to be that
docile,
tough, right?
hair in his eyes, long
Yeah.
hair
Supposed to be that gummy, that tough.
Yeah.
that I named Lightning, and I would
As far as I know, I haven't
introduce him
actually had that
as,
flavor before.
yes, I'm talented, and this is my war pony, Lightning. Be careful, he bites. And then the pony is just like munching on grass all docile. But it like moved at like 80 and ran over the top of the water.